that one has trouble. Donnie's had trouble. Is that one?
That was mine. That was, and that always happened. When I first got on council, that's where I was thinking.
It is 5:30. I will call this meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Meister,
Present.
Councilmember Beltran,
Present.
Councilmember Wyrock,
Present.
Vice Mayor Carrillo,
Present.
and Mayor Flores.
Present. We'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter scheduled for closed session. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone in council chambers that would like to come forward? No? Do we have anyone on virtually? Thank you. Then we will now move forward with the city council closed session items.
Thank you, Mayor. The items are government, number 1, Government Code Section 54956.8, Conference of Real Property Negotiators, APN, a portion of APN 253171004, negotiating party City of Porterville and Sam Zenz under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 5495695, liability claim, claimant Dennis Thomas Crowell, agency claimed against City of Porterville. 3, Government Code Section 54956.9D3, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 3 cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. Number 4, Government Code Section 54956.9D4, Conference of Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, initiated litigation, 1 case. Item 5, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, titled City Manager. And number 6, Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Evaluation, titled City Attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. It is 5:31. We will now go into closed session.
This is a reference of a thing we made for the navigation center for the homeless we're going to be passing out. I'm going to just give all you guys a sample of what we're passing out because I'm going to speak about it later.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
trying to, hang on. Yeah. Closed session text. Closed session in progress. That's all I see. Oh, it's that middle part. Text, right there, okay. And 20. Yes. Do I hit stop screening, screening or recording? Okay, and then the panelists, there's David, Eric, Laura, Lucia, does any of those sound familiar to let in? That's all though, right? Now they're in closed session, I'll come back out. Okay. I have to keep in mind that for.
How are you, sir? Good, how are you? Any trouble? Oh, yeah. I don't believe it. Working so much, I don't have time to get in trouble. How's business going? Good. Glad they finally gave you that. Yeah, well, we'll see tonight, yeah. I guess we're gonna go tonight. Gotta wait 30 days or something. We're building on private estate. I know, I've been following it. all of us have problems. Not care who we are. All of us have situations in our life. Not that it's okay to take that. We treat you right, not treat you right, we'll go on. Yeah. Have a good day. You know, that's the way it is. That's the way it's to be with a lot of people, a lot of people. Every life can be fantastic. One of the guys that told me about, he's been working for us over there. Yeah, Salt Lake City, they didn't say that, they said, well, you property. So when, so what they, what happened, the gallery, meeting rooms over there, where the doctor is. Gave us homework, so that they had to maintain the meeting to get sober. And they all ended home. So by this means they can show up anytime to get this kind of
They'll
stuff.
service.
But are these like community?
Well, actually,
open-
no, these services were on these dates.
Okay.
Well, there's a revised one, this was the initial one, we revised it again to show the breakfast and lunch every day.
Yes.
And there was something else, barbers, oh no, here comes, there was something else we added to that. This is the backside of this page, I just printed
Okay.
two different ones, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh. Are you ready? Cheyenne, are you ready? Okay, just a moment. It is 6:30. We will reconvene open session and report on reportable action taken in closed session.
Nothing to report, Mayor.
Thank you. I invite you to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Councilmember Beltran, and to remain standing for an invocation or a moment of silence.
Salute, pledge.
I
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone that would like to come forward and do an invocation? If not, please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. We will now go into the presentation. The employee of the month is Ryan Smalling here. Would you please come forward? Community Service Officer, CSO, Ryan Smalley was born and raised in Porterville and attended Porterville schools. Ryan is married to Jessica and they have 5 children, Isaac, Maricela, Brooklyn, Donica, and Lucas. Ryan began his career as a community service officer with the Porterville Police Department in 2009. Since transferring to the Animal Control Unit, Ryan has proven himself to be an extremely valuable member of the department and community. He has routinely been one of the most proactive officers in the Animal Control Unit. Not only has Ryan been very proactive, he is also very proficient as an animal control officer, and he is considered to be the go-to person when it comes to matters in animal control operations in the city. Additionally, Ryan is extremely knowledgeable as to the workings of the Animal Control Unit, and because of this, he is often utilized to train new animal control officers. Ryan also trains new police officers in the expectations and daily duties of animal control. His compassion for animals does not go unnoticed, and it also resonates through his trainees. Ryan is very adaptable and has always been one to help a teammate. Ryan takes pride in the Animal Control Unit and being an employee with the city of Porterville. Join me. Congratulations, Ryan, for receiving the City of Porterville's Employee of the Month. Your hard work is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Now we will go to the next presentation, Caltrans project.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sumi Hude. I'm a project manager with Caltrans, and today I will be presenting an overview of some of the upcoming projects that we have on State Route 190 by the city of Porterville. This slide shows 3 projects that we are currently working on. The first one is a roundabout at the intersection of 190 with Rockford Road. Second one has 3 locations that we are doing improvements on. The first location is a roundabout at Westwood Street. The second is building an extension of one of the lanes that goes from J Street, westbound J Street, westbound lane from J Street all the way to northbound 65, State Route 65 on ramp. And at the third location, we will be building a right turn lane on the eastbound off ramp at Main Street. The third project that we are working on has 2 locations. Both of them will have roundabouts. One is at Plano, and the other one is at College Avenue. Can I have the next slide, please? So the first one is the Rockford roundabout. This one will be a single lane roundabout. It will be built for dual lane, but currently it will be striped for single lane, and in future, if there is a need, then it will be turned into dual lane, double lane. In addition to the pavement, we will have some sidewalks being constructed, a truck apron, and crosswalks along with lighting that's needed for this roundabout. May I have the next slide, please? So this slide, actually I took a picture of another roundabout. This one just shows a view of how a roundabout looks like. So the roundabouts that we are going to have on State Route 91 will be something similar. We will have sidewalks, we will have lightings, we will have signs, and then pavement markings that go with it. May I have the next slide, please? This one also shows some other typical views of how a roundabout is going to be on this route. So this one shows that the lanes will be wide enough for trucks to move. There will be crosswalks for pedestrians to cross the road. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the next project, which has 3 locations. The first one will be a roundabout at Westwood Street. So on this location, this is going to be a hybrid type of roundabout where some of the movements will be with 2 lanes, and then some will be a single lane based on the traffic volume. Again, we will have sidewalks, truck aprons, crosswalks, lighting, and pavement markings that will help with all the traffic movements. Next slide, please. So this is the same Westwood roundabout that the previous slide showed. This one shows the pavement markings more for better understanding of how the roundabout is going to be. The second location on the second project will be building an auxiliary lane. Basically, what we are trying to do is extend the third lane that we have going from J Street all the way up to on-ramp to State Route 65. And so there we will be building about a little more than 1,000 feet of lane along with the shoulder. Next slide, please. This one shows the pavement markings for the second, for the slide that I just showed earlier. You can see how the the lane is going to be extended all the way to the on-ramp to State Route northbound 65. And this is the third location that we have. We are going to have a right turn lane being built right on the off-ramp to Main Street. We will have crosswalks, markings, we will have some lightings, and then shoulder will also be paved with curb ramps for ADA compliance. This slide shows the pavement markings, clearly showing how the right turn lane is going to be built. So in the second project, we also are going to have an artwork, transportation artwork being installed on the northeast corner, and it will have these 2 oak trees with a shield at the bottom that has been designed by a local artist. The third project that we are going to have on this route has 2 locations. The first one is a roundabout. It's going to be a dual lane roundabout that's based on the traffic volumes. And the second location, next slide, is going to be at College Avenue. It's a hybrid, so you can see that only some movements will have 2 lanes and some will have 1 lane. The status of these 3 projects, the first project is 95% completed design, and we are currently in right-of-way acquisition and also working with the utility companies. We plan to start construction in summer of 2024. The cost for construction is $4.5 million, and the funds are from the Highway Safety Operation and Protection Program. The second project is also completed. Design work is completed. We are again with right-of-way acquisition and utility relocation for this project. The construction is going to happen in spring of next year. The cost is going to be about $9.8 million, and the funds are both from local measure funds as well as SHOP funds. And the third project, we are yet to start on design. We are working on the right-of-way survey information. The design is going to start sometime very soon. And construction will be in 2027 with a cost of $11.5 million. And the funds are going to be from federal CMAQ funds, what we call the Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality funds, as well as the SHOP funds. I want to thank the council, the mayor, and the members of the Porterville City for giving me an opportunity to be here and present these projects.
I turned it up. Okay. We want to thank you for being here this evening and for providing us with Caltrans information, in particular the projects. Do council have any questions or a comment? Please do.
I had a couple questions. One, Project 2 at Westwood Roundabout. The future growth of Porterville is in that direction. And so I know you talked about it being a kind of a hybrid. In my opinion, I think it may serve better to make it a roundabout similar to 190 in Plano, Project 3, just because there is heavy traffic in that area. And then, is there any plans for the eastbound lane 190 just past Highway 65? The road is deteriorating there. Is there any plans for patchwork or pothole filling in that area?
So right
Just because I have you here,
Yeah, that's fine. So right before I came here, I did check with our maintenance department to see if there are any near future plans on maintenance work projects related to that. And as of right now, we do not have, but I will take it up, your concern, back to them and
Thank
see
you.
if something can be
Thank
done.
you. And then one last question. A great vision. I know Madam Mayor is passionate about this as well. Signage coming into Porterville. When you're in Visalia off of the 198, they have off of their overpasses, I can't think of the name of the overpasses off the top of my head, but they have the mountain range on one side, and the other side is beautified as well. could we look at future signage coming into Porterville off of like Highway 190? Something that says Gateway to the Sequoias with maybe some sequoia trees, or, and off of Westfield Bridge? That's another thing that I'd like to, if you could take back
Yes.
to
I
your
will take
overhead.
back and,
The beautification of
Right.
Porterville.
I will take back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments, please, Councilmember?
I had one concern. I've heard about this project, the roundabouts. My concern is question and concern is the 190 and Plano. Given that there are technically 4 schools adjacent to that property, that children, elementary, junior high, kids will be crossing that to get to and from school, after-school activities, functions at the college, games, swap meet, that there's not a plan for a pedestrian bridge, that these minor kids, maybe not accompanied by adults, will have to, I know roundabout traffic slows down, but just that there's going to be large diesels, farming equipment, lots of traffic going across that. We're really going to, was there a vision to possibly put in a pedestrian bridge given safety issues?
Not that I'm aware of. I do have Kurt here from Caltrans. He probably might be able to better answer your question.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Hatton. I work out of the office out of Fresno also. You know, I was involved many years ago when we sort of talked about this at the environmental phase. I'd have to go back and remember what we kind of talked about, but there was some discussion about pedestrian overcrossings, and I know we steered more towards the roundabouts, and there was some discussions of putting in it's almost like a light, but it's not quite a light, where a push button actuated, where if we have pedestrians that do enter the intersection, they would come up, push a push button, and then you'd see a bank of red lights, and so that would then stop the traffic and allow the pedestrians to be able to, I guess, more freely move about in that area, and it would give them a little more safety. It would stop the traffic in that area. So I can go back and try to check on some of that, because I know we talked about pedestrian overcrossings, and then kind of we went towards this alternative here.
Thank you for that. On the renderings, I know it's just a rough concept of what's going to be put in there. I just didn't see any kind of signage, lighting. I'm familiar with the flashing lights and stuff to get attention of either stop or slow down even more. So I just didn't initially see it, but I can see as it gets developed that there will be some type of safety features like that. Thank you.
Okay, and we'll definitely make sure we're including Jason and everybody as we're developing those 2 roundabouts. We just started kind of kicking off the design of that.
Okay. Thank you for that presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wyrick, do you have any comment?
Sure. Thank you for coming all the way down from Fresno to share this with us tonight. There'll be great projects and really benefit the community. I've heard recently about our growing bicyclist population, a lot of people riding bikes. And the 190, I'm sure that's not a main bike route, but I'm just wondering about bicyclist safety when it comes to the roundabout. Is it expected, with these design standards that are there now, do we have to plan in roundabouts now or in the near future for bicyclists?
So these roundabouts already will be able to handle bicycle riders. They are designed such that they can handle pedestrians, bike riders, as well as big trucks, smaller vehicles, everything. So all that is taken into consideration when we design these roundabouts.
Great, thank you. Public safety is important. And then it was interesting today, we weren't talking about this presentation on the agenda, but we were talking about the vision someone had a long time ago of the 65 from Bakersfield, I think, all the way to Rockland or something up by Sacramento. That's just totally dead and gone, right? There's nothing like that in the near, decades, right?
Not that I know of,
All
yes,
right.
yes.
We did look at that probably 5-6 years ago. It has, I don't know if it's dead per se,
Yeah,
You're right, it went all the way up to past the ski side.
yeah,
Just this funding was
great, thank you. Great presentation tonight, thanks for
Thank you.
coming.
Vice Mayor, do you have any questions?
Just two comments. Thank you for, I'm looking forward to all the work going on in this area. Thank you for the presentation. I will just echo what Councilmember Beltran said about the safety concerns in that area, just because of the schools and then the fast traffic there. But I think we've mentioned that to staff prior to this, so I'm sure they'll keep us updated on that and have voice in the dialogue as you continue the development. Thank you.
Well,
Sure, do it. Thank you.
well, I can appreciate your involvement because I too serve on sustainable corridor committees with staff and regarding some of the beautification projects, which I've seen some of what is being discussed here. And I know that the venues that others have expressed, as Councilmember Beltran out in the school area, there was a day that staff and we physically walked the area in probably the hottest day of the year with the COG representative from TCAG and all of that in the efforts. I know that Caltrans gets bombarded with a lot of questions, and I'll work with a local person because we get, a lot of the concerns are the stoplights and the timing and the congestion, and it becomes really heavy traffic and people aren't stopping, and then they get confused when they see the stoplight, and there's been several accidents in certain areas to that regard. So, but we will work with the local representative in that regard. Thank you.
Mayor, if I might.
Please.
I'd also just like to.
Yes.
We are great to work with,
Yes.
and so they have had great contests, we've been working together for many years, and Kurt has been, I don't have a lot of knowledge about our region, and we do all these projects, and so he is great, he keeps us up to date and answers any questions that we have, so, we continue to move forward, and also, Caltrans, the landscape architect, is the team that put together the artwork, so. we
Yes.
provided the 9190 shield artwork, if you were, but the tree with the eagles, they put that together and really thought outside the box to have some good artwork to be placed in our community along with the state level and the United Women. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Learning how to drive on the roundabouts was interesting for the first time a while back when they first came out. I was like, okay, what do I do now? Thank you for that.
One of the other things too, just to mention, as we, I know Sumi had mentioned those two are coming out probably in the summer next year. So we would like to probably, haven't quite figured out the timeline, but obviously be well before construction and, come down here, have some sort of an open house, roll out some plans,
Wonderful.
have some dialogue, kind of explain why this right turn is going here, why this is going here. Maybe talk a little bit about some of the numbers that dictated, Westwood, why it's kind of one lane roundabout now, but the ability to choose up to two.
I'm developing a question now as we go. When you guys did those numbers, was the casino open?
No.
Okay, so those numbers have changed,
Yes.
is my point. So-
Yes.
Sometime in our planning groups, sometimes has some knowledge of some things that are in the horizon, but we could definitely go back and check. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here this evening. Thank you. All right, we'll now go into oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. You will be asked to state your name and address for the record. If you are here for the public hearings, numbers 15 and 16, please hold your comments until then when those items come up on the agenda. You will be given the opportunity to speak and comment at that time. I will continue to emphasize that the 3-minute per speaker time period will be adhered to so that City Council in an orderly fashion can continue to proceed with its decision-making responsibilities this evening. Is there anyone that would like to come forward under oral communications? Please do so now.
Rock Neely, address on record. I'd respectfully request that item 12 be pulled from the agenda for discussion. It appears that the liability insurance certificate does not really meet the standards that the city usually follows as far as liability insurance certificates. Nowhere is there a hold harmless statement for the city, recognizing the city and the successor agency at the bottom, like normal. The named insurer is a Beauty and Health and Trade Alliance, but yet the certificate is held by a business supposedly in the city of Porterville called Dent Mafia. Does Dent Mafia even have a business license to do business in the city of Porterville? You know, there's just a lot of questions on this insurance certificate that needs to be looked at and answered. I'd hate for the city to be held liable for something that could cost us a lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so now under oral communications.
Good evening, Ed McCurvey, District 4. I wanted to come today and say thank you to the council and to the city police for cleaning up the area around Food for Less at Henderson and Prospect. I observed them smoking crack, criminals smoking crack and sleeping over there for several days, and it was growing, passing around alcohol. That was cleaned out. Thank you very much to the council for your continued pressure and with the city resources and with the police department to keep the pressure on the lawlessness that we're seeing in our city. Thank you very much for that. It's important that when I send my daughter or my mom or my sister or my wife to the store that they don't have to worry about being accosted by crack addicts when they're going to the store. We really appreciate that you guys are continuing to put the pressure on these folks that are criminals in our city and squatting in the city property. It's helping to restore the law and order. It may take some time before that rule of law is restored properly and that spirit of our city is returned because it's been so lax for so long. We really appreciate what you guys are doing and keeping the pressure on in the city, and I know you're bearing a lot of resources on this. Please continue to do that. It's helping, and it's really making a difference for those of us that live and work in the city, and I just wanted to say I sincerely appreciate it. I know my family does and our neighbors do. Safety and security is one of our #1 jobs, and you guys are doing a much better job with that this year with this problem, and we just sincerely appreciate it. As to item 12, I know that's a faith-based, the previous person said they want to pull that based on insurance. If that's a faith-based thing, it just seems like that's a targeted issue. I'm all for faith-based things in the park. I'm sure we can work that out. I also wanted to make a comment about smart meters with my last minute. The city has consistently exceeded its conservation efforts without smart meters. The city and its residents are doing a terrific job of conserving water. Putting smart meters in does cost a lot of money, and it is in an area we already have a lot of revenue in the city, which is in the water area. We will reduce the amount of people it takes, and that reduces jobs in our city. The lion's share of the water conservation is being put on the people. People consume 10% of the water throughout the state. Agriculture consumes 90% of the water in this state. And we're asking the 10% of the people to pick up the weight and pay the lion's share for water that is mostly used by agriculture. I'm not against agriculture, but there needs to be balance. And to put this much pressure on cities and the target of 50 gallons per person is too much.
Thank you, Mr. McCurvey. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so.
Hello, good evening. My name is Antonio Morales. I live on 241 Rio Vista Avenue. I was here about a month ago, and today I emailed some photos to City Vice Mayor Kelly Carrillo. I don't know if you know, it was kind of last minute. I'm still learning how this works, so I don't know if you guys are able to, show them on the screen or not.
For the process, it would be late, like a late last minute, and it wouldn't be something that would be agendized so that we could have a discussion. So it was late before we could have it. Come on. It would have to be something, if you wanted us to have a dialogue or a conversation to that regard with you, it would have to be placed as a scheduled matter.
Okay.
And this is oral communications.
Yeah, well, I'm just here, regarding it's been about 3 months since the, storms, and we were affected by it, and I haven't heard nothing yet, no follow-up on, what the city of Porterville is willing to do, for the Tule River. I know today I reached like I reached out to a supervisor of directors in Porterville, Tulare 2023 hotline, and Tulare Resource Management Agency, and I was not able to get no help. Nobody was able to give me an update on what is going on, and if anything, if the city of Porterville is going to do anything about it. So I would just, I would like to see some sort of a concrete, between Plano and Main Street, even if it's just along the side, along the homes, because it's like I said, it affected us a lot, and like I said, it's really difficult to get just guidance and to get a follow up on what the city is doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so. Yes, there is one. We have someone to interpret.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Erika Mosqueda, mi dirección es...
Good afternoon, my name is Erica Gonzalez.
Mi dirección es 201 Rio Vista Avenue.
My address is 201 Rio Vista Avenue.
Mi casa fue una de las afectadas por las tormentas de marzo de este año.
My house was one of the ones affected by the storms in March this year.
Nosotros como el vecindario, las 7 casas que fuimos afectadas,
So we, as the neighborhood of the 7 homes who were affected,
queremos, no sabemos si pedir ayuda con ustedes como ciudad.
we don't know if we need to ask for help to you as a city,
Porque pues no sabemos a quién recurrir, no sabemos si nos van a seguir arreglando. Por la parte de atrás de mi casa está el río y
and we don't know who to turn to because the river is behind my home.
la tierra se sigue derrumbando detrás, y yo como tengo miedo por mí y mis hijos,
And behind our homes, the dirt continues to crumble behind the home. And for me and my children that are there.
entonces queremos pedirles por favor, si ustedes como que saben más de esto, así pudieran ayudarnos o decirnos dónde pedir ayuda.
And so we're asking that you may know how to deal with this, to tell us where we can find help.
Pues eso es lo que queremos, que nos ayuden en arreglar esa parte de detrás de la casa.
And so that's what we're asking for you guys to help us to fix that part of our home.
Porque en realidad detrás de mi casa no sabemos cuál fue el daño, pero vemos que la tierra se está bajando.
And so in reality, we don't know exactly what the damage was behind your home, but we do see that the dirt continues to crumble.
Entonces, yo les pido, o si ustedes pudieran, se pusieran poquito en mi lugar, ¿verdad? Que si fueran la casa de alguno de ustedes, pues quisieran también que alguien los ayudara.
And so I'm asking that if you put yourself in my place too, and you would also want someone to help us.
Y es todo lo que yo de mi parte les pido. Si pudieran ayudarnos en todas las casas que fuimos afectadas, y gracias.
And so that's all I'm asking is on my behalf, that all the ones that were affected, if you could help us, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward? Please do so. Do we have anyone on virtually?
Yes, Your Honor.
No? Okay. Oh, we do? Oh, okay, please have them state their name and address for the record.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Fisher. I am the Director of Grants with the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance. I am joined via Zoom by Leticia Hinojosa, who is the System Programs Director at the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance. We are here to answer any questions for the continuum of care regarding the Porterville Welcome Center and the transition to the new management of that project, which is item number 19 on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward for oral communications? No? All right. We'll now move on to the reports. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. The City Commission and committee meetings, Parks and Leisure Services Commission.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Parks and Leisure Services Commissioner Janet Uresti with our commission report. The pool is in full swing with water aerobics, lap swim parties, and daily recreation swim. Also, swim lessons are offered in 2-week sessions and are very well attended. 3 summer night lights events have taken place. A swim night took place on June 2nd, followed by a movie, games, and snacks at Murray Park on the 9th, and another movie night last Friday at Zalad Park. These have been very popular with over 250 and 450 in attendance the past 2 Fridays. This Friday is another swim night to wrap up the June series. 2 other free movie nights remain for the summer. On July 14th, the movie will take place at Veterans Park, and on August 4th, it will be at Fallen Heroes Park. The Junior Giants free summer youth baseball and softball leagues are underway. 420 boys and girls ages 5 to 13 are playing. Our youth volleyball league has also begun and is at full capacity with 130 4th through 8th grade girls. Practices and games take place at Santa Fe School. The splash pad at Fallen Heroes Park is open 3 to 5:30 p.m. and weekdays during extreme heat conditions. Summer day camp will be offered throughout the month of July. This program is geared for ages 5 through 12, with supervision being provided from 7:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. weekdays at Santa Fe School Gym. And now the best for last. The Freedom Fest is back and only 11 days away. In addition to the free fireworks show, it's not free. In addition to the fireworks show, and miscellaneous vendors and a cooling spray zone provided by the fire department. For the first time ever, there will be skydivers making a spectacular entrance for all those in attendance. Gates open at 3 p.m., 2 hours early, earlier than last year to mitigate traffic issues, and the fireworks begin at 9 p.m. Passes are $15 in advance. There you go, it's not free. And $20 a day per carload. A limited amount of preferred passes are on sale for $30. Also, tomorrow night, there's a K-Jug concert at 6:30 at Centennial Park. That concludes the report. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Good to see you here. Okay. The Library and Literacy Commission, they are on summer hiatus. Anyone here for the Arts Commission? No? Animal Control Commission. Do we have someone on virtually? No? Okay.
Yes.
We do? For animal control? Okay. Hi, Dawn. Oh, for
Good
arts.
evening, everyone.
Okay.
It's Dawn Bennett from the Arts Commission.
Okay.
The Arts Commission's quarterly scheduled meeting was on April 25th. The commission discussed the success of our annual chalk event booth at the Chambers Spring Festival. Our booth saw a lot of great art created by everyone, and we saw about 100 people through the booth. We had a discussion at our last meeting about changing our schedule and decided at this time to just continue with quarterly meetings. The next meeting will be July 25th. We have 2 seats currently available on the commission. One is a regular commission seat and the other is a youth seat that's available. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Animal Control Commission. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The Youth Commission is on summer hiatus. How about Talk? No? Okay. Staff, now we'll go on to staff informational reports.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before you this evening is the water conservation update, and staff is available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions on the informational report that we received? No questions? Okay, thank you for that. We'll now move on to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. How does council wish to proceed?
Mayor, before proceeding, I just wanted to make a note with regard to that item number 12, that the recommendation actually is for it to be approved conditioned on them providing the appropriate insurance. So that's part of the recommendation on that consent item that was raised in the public comment already.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And how does council wish to proceed? Any items to be pulled? Any noted conflicts?
I would like to poll item 1.
Item number 1. Any noted conflicts or on any? If not, then is there a recommendation for approval of the consent calendar for items 2 through 14?
I'll make a motion to approve consent calendar items numbers 2 through 14.
We have a motion by the Vice Mayor.
I'll second.
And a second by Councilmember Meister. No further discussion. Call for the vote. Oh, passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you. We will now move into the public hearings.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have 2 public hearings before you this evening, the first of which will be the adoption of fiscal year 2023-2024 budget, and Ms. Bemis will be presenting the staff report.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Staff is requesting that Council adopt the continuance of the 22-23 fiscal year budget through September 30. Normally, at this time, we will be adopting a new budget for the next fiscal year, 23-24. But due to the challenges that staff had encountered in March during the historic flood event, the budget development process was severely interrupted. Department heads are still in the process of completing each department's budget. But we do need authority to continue to pay staff and our routine expenditures to ensure that city services are not interrupted. We would also be finalizing the CIP program. Staff therefore recommends that City Council conduct a public hearing and adopt provisional interim budget continuing the 22-23 fiscal year to September 30, 2023. Thank you. That's my report, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. It is 7:13. I will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone that would like to come forth for the public hearing?
Brock Neely, address on record. I'd just like to commend Maria and all the department heads for all the work they do in keeping us physically strong in this city. You look at all the budgets up and down this valley, we're probably in a better position than any other city from Stockton to Bakersfield. So keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to comment for public hearing on this one item? Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. It is 7:14. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. How does council wish to proceed? Do you have any questions? No questions? No questions? Okay. How does council wish to proceed with the staff recommendation here?
If there's no questions, I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendation.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second. Is there any further discussion? If not, call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now move on to the next public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next public hearing before you is the annual adjustment of fees by application of the Engineering News Record Cost Index, and Mr. Sanchez will be presenting this report.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hildreth. Mayor and members of council, in accordance with prior city council authorization, staff calculates and adjusts all of the attached fees annually. The policy as of 2003 is to provide the council notice of all the proposed adjustments, whether the fees are subject to the Mitigation Fee Act or not, 60 days prior to the new fees becoming effective. The fees are adjusted annually by the application of the Engineering News Record, or ENR Cost Index. At the council meeting on April 18th, the agenda item for the intent to set this public hearing for the annual adjustment of fees was pulled at the request of Councilmember Meister to clarify how fees are assessed as properties develop. As described in the staff report, for residential properties, the fee calculations for standard size lots have always been straightforward, but large properties, which are typically former county areas, have required a different approach. As we look through our records and just have seen what historically has been done over the years, since November 1995, we had an internal memo we found that established a city center process to review large lots as estate lots. This implemented a 15,000 square foot rule where if a lot is less than 15,000 square feet, let me see, the entire parcel area is used to assess those fees. But if a lot is larger than 15,000 square feet, regardless of how much larger, the fees are capped using a 15,000 square foot maximum improved area. And with that, future permits for the new developments of that residential lot will then trigger new fee calculations at the time of those building permits. For commercial developments, fees have always been assessed per the improved area approach and taken into account phasing of those properties. Only that area that receives improvements such as a building, a structure, asphalt, concrete, landscaping is subject to fees, and the unimproved area or that land that's bare is exempt until a new permit proposes to develop that remaining area or portion thereof. Most of the fees in Exhibit H, connection fees and Exhibit A, park impact fees, were in effect prior to January 1st, 1989, which is the effective date of the Mitigation Fee Act, and have only been increased by the ENR 20 City Construction Cost Index. The fees subject to the Act were adopted or increased after its effective date were adopted or increased in accordance with those regulations. City staff has given 60 days notice to the Building Industry Association for the fees covered by the Mitigation Fee Act, along with notice to local developers and engineering firms of the proposed impact fee increase. If approved, the new fees will take effect on July 1st of 2023. It's staff recommendation that City Council conduct a public hearing and consider all public testimony and implement the ENR Cost Index automatic increase for fiscal year 23-24 of 3.01%. That concludes my staff report, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much for that. It is 7:18. I will open up the public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to comment on this public hearing, number 16? There are none in chambers. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
We do not have anyone on virtually. It is 7:19. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Council, do you have any questions? Do you have any comments? And how do you wish to proceed on this item? Councilmember Meister?
Well, I'll go first just because I pulled this item, and we recently annexed North Beverly, and, well, not recently, it's been a couple of years, but we just did the sewer project. And some of the complaints I had were for the sewer connection charges, the fees. And so at 1,500 square feet being the max, correct? And that's 0.344 of an acre? That's the max that we would charge?
Well, we have had a different approach on those specific sewer annexation areas because of the funding mechanism to get
The
that
lot
loan money.
size, right?
Right.
So my issue with the way it's done is they're just getting one lateral. And it's the same as a small lot. It's the same amount of work. It's just one lateral to that lot. Even though it may be 5 acres, 2 acres, it's just one lateral to one house. And so what I got some of the invoices from some of the constituents that complained to me. And for one, like on North Beverly 1990 address, they were charged $51,678 for one lateral. And he said he lives on close to 5 acres. And then for 2 acres on North Beverly, 1977 address, they were charged $19,404 for one lateral. And then North Beverly, 1935, they were charged $12,416 for just that one lateral connection. And so I get where they're coming from with the frustration. And I think that we need to reevaluate the way we do and that's to us, reevaluate the way we do the sewer connection charge. I'm not saying that the city needs to go into business to lose money. We have to break even at least. But I think charging someone $51,000 for one lateral connection is too much.
Javier, is that just for connection or is that for capacity as well?
They're being charged as if it was a development. And to speak to that, and maybe we should have reported the options that they have is, one example, Councilman, to describe this is they are already getting the fees that are lowest because as the funding requirements for the sewer annexation funding stated that the residents would be assessed the lower of the proportional construction cost owed to them by their area divided by the total project area, or the Exhibit H fees. Prior to COVID, the construction cost was always lower, but now after that, it is cheaper to charge them based on Exhibit H fees rather than the construction cost. As an example, there is a 7-acre parcel in one of the other sewer areas. They got a letter that stated that they would owe $30,000 approximately based on the Exhibit H fees. But if we were to charge them on the construction cost proportional breakdown, they would owe $200,000. So they are receiving a break. If I go back in the records, I don't have those directly in front of me, but proportionally, if some of these properties are getting charged like $19,000, most likely they're in the vicinity of like $140,000 to $150,000 if we were to charge them back for the true construction cost that they owed based on their square footage. And it would follow down the line with each of the other properties. So you can tell that we're not even close to recouping even 50% of what it's costing the city through the funding that we received. So I just wanted to share that.
I appreciate that. It's tough for me to accept when we're annexing new constituents to hit them with a $50,000 bill when they're going to be taxpayers and bringing that revenue into the city in the future. I just, in my opinion, it's wrong to hit them with that large of a bill. I would, if the council would consider amending that and coming up with maybe a charge instead of going by acre square foot. Another thought on this is park impact fees. I know that that's part of the park master plan. It is, to my opinion, that we should consider almost doubling the park impact fee. And then something that Visalia is doing, and that would be, and I'm getting my numbers based off of what Visalia is doing. I feel like they're successful in this way. Another thing that they have a fee for that I think would benefit Porterville is a public facility fee. And so I would just ask if we do amend this, this would be something that we look at.
Right, we would require studies to be able to provide proof that there was a need for those and then the adjustment of those rates. What was it? Maybe 2 months ago, we awarded the park master plan to a consultant to begin that analysis on those fees. For the other fees, as you stated, Councilman, like the public facility fee, we'd have to prepare a study for that to substantiate the need for that fee.
Yeah, and if the council would take that direction as far as the sewer connection fee, I would want staff to look into what they feel is a charge that is fair.
We actually, by law, we have to do a study when we adjust the fees to connect it.
Okay.
Because by law, we can't charge more than what it actually costs. We're not allowed to just charge them a number because it's, that we've come up with. We have to actually base it because we cannot exceed the cost of whatever that fee is for with regard to that particular property. So we're bound by law already, but there's just been recent case law that's even made it harder actually to change your impact fees, especially when it comes to sewer and water impact and connection fees. So we have to go through an engineering study in order to justify those fees. And there's methodologies that are allowed and are not allowed.
Yeah, and I understand that process, and and the other thing is I'm totally ignorant to what those fees would actually look like.
I have no idea either.
So what the goal is to get these people off their septic tanks, right? Because we got high nitrates in our groundwater, and so we have to find a way, because these 3 people that I just mentioned, they're not going off their septic tanks. And they're probably going to have to pull Saturday specials to keep their septic tank running, right? And so I feel like we should accommodate somehow, find a equal ground. That's my opinion.
Any comment?
Yeah, as you're discussing that, I'm also trying to figure out, and I'm sure staff has tried to do this as well. I understand the language is, it's a large parcel, and the way we're doing the fee is because we don't know in the future what's going to be developed on that property, and it's going by dividing the percentage of what could be on that parcel, residential, apartments, retail, whatever, and ends up getting zoned for in 20 years from now, whatever it might be. And that's an unfortunate part for these areas that were county even 30, 40 years ago. They were very, we would consider way out in the country, and now they're just right on the border of our city, which is why they're being annexed. And I didn't know if this is possible, is to I don't know how these lot lines are done up in some of these larger parcels, how the county has them all divided up, because sometimes there's multiple parcels on, all these acreages. But if there's a way to possibly, whatever is being utilized by that resident on that property, to do that square footage fee, and when the sale of that property goes to the next purchaser, until that land is developed, whoever pulls the permit to develop that land for whatever that's going to be used, they will be the one that will incur that fee. Not necessarily. I feel bad I know some of these residents are retired, elderly, and they're getting hit with these bills. They're on fixed incomes, and I get that we're not even charging to break even. I totally get, and I appreciate staff and the way the laws work to try to work with them. But I don't know if that's something that we could look at, that the future development, however way we can configure the wording on this, that whatever is being utilized, whether it's a shop, a swimming pool, animals that are on there, maybe that could be somewhat charged, but the one that's undeveloped, that is for a future fee for a future development when that gets pulled in the planning department for that development.
So a deferment, basically, on.
Exactly. That's about the only thing I could see that could possibly help that situation.
Any comment, Councilmember Wyrick?
Well, I don't think this is the first time that we've talked about these fees for hooking up these properties. So I think talking isn't doing, and we should maybe ask the staff to move forward with ensuring that even though we're out of pocket for some of these hookups, maybe we need to be out of pocket more. Are we really looking at the full cost of developing the parcels in whatever annexation or whatever sewer annexation it is? And, we have talked about just, if you're only getting so many feet of lateral at a certain dimension, even though your property could someday have the best use of, whatever it is, pay it then with those people that are trying to develop their land. So I think, whatever we have to do to get that underway, and I don't think, it's probably been a few months since we've had conversation about this, but what type of active sewer project, I know we're kind of off topic here, but what type of active connections do we have coming up? And is there a potential for another financial impact to residents today, or we are pretty much completed with those sewer connections?
This captured a huge remaining portion of those properties that were on septic tanks. We only have a small number of some city areas and one annexation area remaining. I think in total, we're probably like 100 lots remaining.
Okay.
And that's probably too much. It's probably more like 80 that would be subject to this construction cost versus impact fees.
Thank you. And these fees that are in this envelope, I don't know if the people are on fixed incomes or whatever. I'm not privy to that, but people could choose not to hook up, correct?
Correct.
And in that case, there'd be no fee.
That's correct.
Okay, thank
and
you.
they'd just be subject to the fees at the time of pulling a building permit.
Which might be more than it is at the moment when you're actually in there doing the work.
Correct.
I thought I remembered that.
Could I add to that?
Sure.
Yeah, so once they get to, if they deny, they are no longer permitted to be able, after a year, to be able to work on their septic tank. That's correct, right? From the city.
Well, no, it'd be immediate since sewer is already at their front property. They'd be referred to the county to get a septic tank permit. They'd refer back to us because they are in city limits, and most likely they'd have a rejection of, well, no, you're not going to get a permit to fix that because sewer's there and readily available, and we would require them to hook up.
So that's, say that again?
They would waive that.
Okay.
And
well, so the whole point of this, though, is to get people off septic because our groundwater has high nitrates, and that's, so you do make a great point.
And to that, council members, the incentive was that rather than hit them with this all at once, the fees are stretched out over a 30-year period at a low interest rate. I think it's 3%. And they're charged twice a year with their taxes. One thing that came to mind is that when the city was talking with the lenders, they came up with terms and they, a lot is involved. They're looking at the revenues collected by finance through utility bills, what money we project to get back. And so if there is a change on how we charge back those fees, it could open back up to being reviewed under the lenders because it was an investment on the bank side. Because they expect us to either recoup through construction cost proportionality or Exhibit H fees. And to alter that may subject us to, changing the terms on those
These were the
finances.
assessment districts, right, that we're talking about?
Correct.
So we actually went through a 218 process where there was a protest proceeding, and these were approved by the property owners. So this
That's
was
correct.
actually, these fees were actually approved by majority of the property owners. And that was those voting, for those versus those voting against. So it wasn't even a situation where not answering was a yes vote. we only got to count the ballots that actually came in. There was an election over these fees. I just want to make that clear to everybody. That doesn't mean everybody agreed, but that means that a majority agreed with the fee, the methodology, and the option to do this.
Thank you for that clarification, because usually a no vote is a yes, so thank you for that clarification.
Yeah,
That's a big difference.
That was done in council chambers. Vice Mayor, do you have any comment?
One more, just an observation. So looking at the sewer connection charges in Exhibit H here, in the items provided to us, 6-inch or smaller per foot's going from $14.48 to $14.92. And an 8-inch per foot connection charge is $18.99 to $19.56. Now, that's just the permit fees, not the cost to install or anything like that. So that's not a very big increase in connection charges.
Correct. These fees on Exhibit H are solely the permission to connect to the utility.
Okay, thank you.
The assessment district fees are not on this schedule, correct? I just want to make the distinction, right?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
These would be what we assess at submittal of building permit.
I'm going to make a comment. We had a public hearing, and there was no one here to present public testimony. And I'm going to go back to what was stated before, that there was an actual ballot cast for these fees that we have of record. I understand the passion that council members have expressed to that regard, but I'm looking as, because timing is of the essence for the fees to go in and kick in on July the 1st. And we brought this item back from a previous discussion. So I'm going to ask council, how do they wish to proceed with what has been given to us, what is presented, and what legal counsel has stated?
I'm going to make a motion to implement the ENR cost index automatic increase for fiscal year 23-24, 3.01%.
Thank you. I will second that. Then I'm going to ask the question one more time. Is there any discussion? Any further discussion?
I would just say that I would have another way of making a motion.
And this may be in line with Councilmember Meister's thoughts, maybe not, but we talked about maybe reviewing not the in-place financing for the existing sewer districts and all of that public comment. I mean, that's all done. But before we enter into other agreements, to really take a deep dive into the lessons that we've learned here, to mitigate the financial impacts to our community if we as a city can afford it by bringing in new areas. I'd like to have another study session on that.
I was going to recommend, actually, along those lines, I was going to recommend, it sounds just from the discussion tonight, because we were kind of focusing on the sewer assessment districts, which is actually a little bit of a different animal than what's in front of the council tonight. But because a lot of you, in fact, most of you, I think, were not here when those were done, it might be really good to have a report and kind of an explanation as to how they got where they are and what's happened, so that because then once we have that, then if there's things we can do, then we can kind of look at what might be, ways to lessen that burden a little bit more without necessarily, interfering with the process that's already happened. Because I think
what you're talking about is tabling it for future
Well,
discussion.
I think, because I think, yeah, I mean, exactly, and I think it would be good, frankly, we can revisit it, and at the same time, that brings you all up to speed as to what's occurred and how we got where we are with those assessment districts, what the process was, what the amounts are, why they're that amount, because there was an engineer that looked at those. I mean, those amounts were come up because of the projects that were done with regard to each of those districts. So that's where those numbers came from. But that being said, there may be ways to look at it, and we can kind of figure out how to work with it.
I wonder if it considers what was the terminology added to the general plan, environmental justice. I wonder if that's considering that. And then I am open for tabling it and getting more information, and also discussing public facility fees and discussing park impact fees and being educated on the
Yeah.
process. Because
Well, and those
truly
are,
don't.
those are good, I mean, because we have not reevaluated in a while, I don't think, what fees we may want to even add, right? There could be additional fees, and so that's a whole nother discussion from the sewer assessment districts. But I think they're all valuable discussions, so.
With there being a motion and a second, do we have to go through a vote, or can they?
Well, I think we can take that other, what we were just talking about as direction, and we have enough that staff can bring something back, either, I would say probably, I'm guessing it'll be August or so before, because I know we've got some stuff, we have one meeting in July, correct?
Yeah, we have the July 18th meeting, but we could bring an informational item back, or we could put it on scheduled matters so
Yeah.
that you could give council direct, or give staff direction, should you want to, pursue a new fee or look at other impact fees.
And also look at the history of the sewer assessment district approval process.
love to educate myself.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to the motion and the second with the
No, with that in mind
recommendation,
as well.
direct staff to do that, but go ahead and approve what we have here with, to vote on this and to bring the direction we've given to staff to another meeting,
For the future.
that future council meeting, with regard to what you proposed to the sewer. But that would be the next council meeting in July.
I just feel for the people that have been charged this already, and if there's a way to help them, that's my feeling on it. So if we vote this through tonight, then these,
This doesn't affect those, because those are already approved and in place. So this doesn't,
okay.
it's not even
so
on the
then
agenda.
If we
tonight.
make this motion, then it's just going to be for the future, because I'm not trying to correct the past. We're looking at the future of Porterville. And so I would be okay with that, then, if that's added to the motion. Go ahead, Don.
And just one final comment, I'm not one of these landowners that paid $50,000 to have this big thing, this big future connection at my front yard, and I've got 100 acres behind me, but a property's only worth what a buyer's wanting to buy. But depending on zoning and marketability, being able to develop that land and having the sewer fees already paid for is kind of an asset, right? An additional asset to that.
Well, and I suppose if you're paying them over time,
Yeah.
then it is kind of but we can look at it, because I don't know that, and I don't want to make
Thank you.
assumptions. We need to look at that, so.
Council members, thank you for your comments. Thank you for the information. We have the motion and a second. We've had the discussion. Call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. Thank you very much for all of that. Thank you, legal counsel. And now we will go into the second readings.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do have two second readings before you this evening. The first is ordinance number 1901, and that is amending section 204.01 and 204.02 of the Porterville Development Ordinance regarding professional office zone district. The recommendation is that that City Council give second reading to ordinance number 1901, waive further reading, and adopt said ordinance.
Thank you for that, and I'm gonna make the motion for staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
And we have a second. No further discussion, call for the vote. Passes unanimous, 5-0. We'll now move on to the second.
Read by title only.
Please.
That is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville amending sections 204.01 and 204.02 of the Porterville Development Ordinance regarding the PO Professional Office Zone District.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to the next one.
The second reading is ordinance number 1902, and that is approving a development agreement between the City of Porterville and Cannabis Express Incorporated relating to the development of a retail cannabis dispensary. That also was, the staff's recommendation is to give second reading to ordinance number 1902, waive further reading, and adopt said ordinance.
Thank you. How does council wish to proceed on this one?
I'll make a motion that we accept the staff's recommendation.
We have a motion by Councilmember Wyrock. I'll go ahead and second. Call for the vote. No further discussion. Passes 4-1. Thank you.
And read by title only,
Please.
an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Porterville approving a development agreement between the City of Porterville and Cannabis Express Incorporated relating to the development of a retail cannabis dispensary.
Thank you. Now we will move on into scheduled matters.
Thank you, Your Honor. The next matter before you is item number 19, consideration of interim operations of the Navigation Center, and Mr. Ridenour will be presenting this report.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth and Honorable Mayor. As further review after posting of the staff report, staff became aware of a typographical error in one of the equations that led for the budget that was proposed by Elevate Community Services. And so I have some updated financial information that I'll pass out to the council, as well as Claudia Calderon will place some in the back as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for that small delay there. The city of Porterville has been in partnership with Turning Point of Central California since 2018, when the city council started by providing a CAS match for permanent supportive housing, also known as PSH, for Casa de Robles 3, which is on the South Main Street. Around the same time after that project, City Council directed staff to look at ways how the City of Porterville could assist those experiencing homelessness in our community. Staff was directed to open a navigation center. And in January of 2020, a lease agreement was signed between the City of Porterville and Turning Point for the purposes of operating a navigation center for individuals experiencing homelessness. The Navigation Center has served over 2,550 unique individuals since it opened in September of 2020. And most recently, the City Council awarded PLHA year 1 through 3 funding totaling of over $740,000 support Navigation Center, and as well as $155,499 in support of Casa de Robles 3. On May 23rd of this year, the City Council held a special meeting to set goals for the coming year, where the City Council expressed their support in utilizing American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds, to assist those experiencing homelessness and in the operation of the Navigation Center. On February 27th of 2023, the city received a letter requesting CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant, funds from Turning Point for the continued operation of the Navigation Center. This request was processed, and the City Council awarded $60,000 to Turning Point. On May 8th, after the approval of the funding, the city received a letter from Turning Point declining the funding for the fiscal year and the next fiscal year due to the restricted use of administration expenses. Staff responded to the letter outlining the investment and support the city has continued to provide to Turning Point as a partner and for its projects in the community, and with the concern of the direction that they were taking in declining funding, and also express their intention to decline other funding due to level of administrative funds available. Prior to the most recent actions taken by the leadership of Turning Point, the city, in partnership with Turning Point, have made efforts to leverage all applicable funding sources that are available to meet the financial needs to be able to operate the Navigation Center as well as the PSH project. On June 5th, the city received a letter dated June 2nd, 2023, from a Raymond Banks, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Turning Point of Central California, notifying the city of Turning Point's intent to cease operations of the program after June 30th of this year. City staff reminded Turning Point of the agreement terms, which indicated the lease may be terminated without cause with 180 days prior written notice. Additionally, Section 12.25, termination for loss of funding, indicates the lessor acknowledges that the ability of the lessee to pay the rent or other expenses provided by the lease is expressly contingent upon the continued receipt of funding from government and other funders. In the event of termination or substantial reduction in such funding, the lessee shall have the option to terminate the lease by giving a 60-day written notice of the termination. As noted, the city of Porterville was not provided such notice. This option to terminate can be used strictly in the case of loss of reduction of funding and for no other reason. The city invited Turning Point to have a meeting to discuss their decision in hopes that both parties could come to an agreement that provide a seamless transition of the operation of the navigation center to a new service provider. Mr. Banks did not accept the meeting request and instead responded via email stating that they do not have funding in place to operate the program past June 30th, therefore cannot operate the program past that date. Turning Point has expressed that its policy is to utilize funds that have a minimum of 15% administrative allocation. While it's understood the cost of operating an agency has increased in recent years, along with the reporting requirements of state and federal grant programs that are often utilized to provide services to the unhoused members of our community. Typical state grants provide a maximum of 5%, and HUD, a federal grant, has a maximum of 10% allocation for administrative expenses. Since receiving notification of Turning Point's intention to cease operations, staff has reached out to community partners who already have existing program experience working with individuals experiencing homelessness. City staff met with organizations to seek potential interest in operating a navigation center on an interim basis as to prevent a break in services causing 30 individuals to lose housing, as well as a temporary reduction in service for individuals experiencing homelessness in the community. Staff has received 3 proposals for operating a navigation center on an interim basis. All 3 agencies have experience working with individuals experiencing homelessness. The proposals submitted include a 90-day budget as a transition period that would allow time to properly procure the state and federal grant funding that was slated to be made available to the Porterville Navigation Center as of July 1st, 2023. Central California Family Crisis Center, also known as CCFCC, has submitted a proposal for $305,619. Elevate Community Services submitted a proposal for $461,342, and that number is different than it was in the staff report, as the staff report states 833, but as noted prior, there was an error in the budget as it was based off of equations. Because the operator also operates other navigation centers and was using the forms. In Kingsview Behavioral Health System, submitted a proposal for $419,046. The full proposals and budgets and a brief summary has been included in the staff report. All the agencies have demonstrated a desire to reemploy the current staff and maintain rapport with users of the center, with ECS and KVBHS proposing to bring the part-time positions to full-time positions. Additionally, Elevate Community Services and Kingsview have submitted a one-year proposal that are showing their interest, as they've indicated their interest that they would like to operate the navigation center past the 90-day interim period. The annual point in time, also known as PIT, count conducted by KTHA, which is the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance, identified that 299 individuals surveyed in Porterville are experiencing homelessness, with 101 experiencing chronic homelessness and 227 of those 229 that are unsheltered. This report identifies the number of people who are experiencing sheltered and unsheltered homelessness and provides the service agencies, local government, and policymakers opportunity to evaluate the trends in homelessness and to evaluate success of exiting the program. I also like to note that we do have in the audience, in person, we do have representatives from Elevate Community Services. We also, I believe on Zoom, we have representatives from Kingsview, as well as Family Crisis Center, and staff is available for questions.
I want to thank you for this report. It's something that is very important to us with regard to the Navigation Center, especially those of us who have been involved from the inception of the program. When it first started, we were very passionate to be the first in this county to be able to have the services for the population that it serves. I'm going to say further comment as needed, but I'm going to open it up to council and ask council if they have comment, question, and how do you wish to proceed on this? Councilmember Beltran, do you have questions?
Not really a question. Thank you, everyone, for the 3 participants and the informational packet that we were given to go through and look at the services that you guys provide. So thank you for that. I know this is short notice and very time-consuming to read through our needs as a city for our homeless population. So just thank you for getting this in a timely manner for us. This is, there's not a cookie-cutter way to operate some of these shelters. They're all unique and different. I'm on the homeless committee here in Porterville, and that's my frustration is, you think with the billions of dollars the state has spent, that they would figure out a program that every city could just implement, and this is how it works. Unfortunately, we're discovering this isn't, and as you guys do this as a profession, that you guys are just in the same dilemma. So just thank you for the participation and all this information. I really don't have any clarifying questions. Everything that was given just gave me a lot to read through and study, so thank you for that.
Councilmember Wyrock, do you have any comment, any questions for staff, or?
I too want to thank the staff for the momentum that they put into this project in the short period of time and the information that they provided us. And then the clarification of the different additions, and how it didn't add up. And this is a little closer, the 2 gaps between the 2. I just had a couple of questions. Mayor, to your point a minute ago, we were one of the first, or the first city in the county to have a navigation center, and we have learned our lessons along the way. And it shows with the ability of our staff to be able to make things happen in a short period of time that, Councilmember Beltran, maybe we do have a secret here that could work in other communities. I do see that the Central California Family Crisis Center was only interested in 90 days, and I think staff provided information from one of the proposal folks that having new faces in front of the population sometimes can cause some uncomfortableness, and maybe a lack of, really requesting help for the needs that they're facing. So I appreciate them, willing to step in and help us over a short-term period of time, but they weren't interested if other people submitted a proposal and others did. So I guess that makes their proposal mute, right? It really shouldn't be on this list, correct?
Correct, council member. I like to say that the Family Crisis Center is a great community partner.
Absolutely.
So staff was reached out to everybody in the space, in the region, to see who could step in on short notice. And I'm looking at some in the audience here today. It was like 3 days that this information was put together. And so I do ask that if there is a typo in anybody's submissions, let's not be too critical on it. They had about 2 or 3 days to put these things together. But yes, Family Crisis Center said that in speaking with the executive director, that they would be happy to step in if they were needed to, as they valued the services that are provided, the navigation center in the interim, but that if somebody else was better suited and had the experience to step in, that they would happily support somebody else taking that on.
Thank you. And then I also see in this report the annual budget proposals, but we're only looking at a 90-day program, not an annual. So once a 90-day service provider is selected, then our annual program goes out to bid for?
Correct. And so, as noted in the staff report, we really look to leverage all available funding. And to do that, we use federal funding and state funding. And so we have to have a legal procurement process that is open to everybody and that is transparent. And so what will happen is, if the council so chooses to select an interim and utilize ARPA funds to fund that interim for 90 days, Staff will immediately draft an RFP, request for proposals, and bring that item to council for it to be released, and so that we could fly that to have everybody available who would like to provide those services and request that funding to then submit. And staff will review those budgets and those services and bring a recommendation to the city council for their review and consideration, and to be able to fund with those PLHA and HUD dollars.
Great.
Also, the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance also has HAP 4 funding, which they indicated would also be able to, as it was already dedicated to this project, that it could be dedicated to a new operator.
Thank you. And then two final things. You know, the partnership with Lincoln, the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance, I think Elevate Community Services and Kings View Behavioral Health Systems both have relationships that way. But I understand that, if I'm reading this right, the management of a navigation center would be a new expansion of services for one of these, right? Is it Elevate Community Services? This would be a new scope of work for them?
No, my understanding, and there is a representative from Elevate here, my understanding is that they currently operate 3 navigation centers.
Okay.
Currently, we do have Kingsview Behavioral Health Systems, excuse me, I've always known them as Kingsview, so I may state it in that fashion. They provide many of the components or services, such as outreach and behavioral health, in this space, but I do not believe they currently operate a navigation center.
Okay, so it was Kingsview that is looking to start a new activity, which with our track record here and with the staffing that they're intending to hire, it should be a pretty seamless transition to that organization, I would think, if they're, yeah.
I have the confidence in both organizations.
Thank you. No further questions, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Meister?
Well, I'm personally going to lean on the council members that serve on Link Committee on this. Both companies that, of course, the Central California Family Crisis Center, only wanting to do the 3 months, they're out. So we're looking at Elevate and Kings. What I really like and what Councilmember Wyrock just said, the desire to reemploy the current staff, which should push for a seamless transition. And I just want to thank staff and the employees that came in so fast to fill this need. I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Comments on the staff's work during this time. When we first received the letter with the short notice from the agency wanting to not provide services, and then going through the emotional and professional roller coaster of trying to figure out what we're going to do next for this important center. So I just want to thank you all. I know it took a lot of you and efforts in putting all this data together, but also reaching out. And I want to just point out, I think that part of our success in the city is the involvement and participation on the committees and the work groups and in all the different meetings, and just being assertive, but also the partnership and relationship building that doesn't happen overnight, and it takes more than council members, but also staff being out there and being active. So I really want to thank you for that, because I think being able to get this information so quickly and just to have an option is huge, is already beneficial for us. So with that, yeah, I appreciate the update, Jason, so that we can kind of compare these. That's all the comments I have right now, Mayor.
Okay. I'm very passionate about Porterville, especially with the services that they would get, especially through the Navigation Center. I serve on the Countywide Task Force on Homelessness. Claudia and I are the representatives, and we will be having a meeting tomorrow. But it always pleases me to see the involvement in Porterville. I'm also passionate, I will say on a side note, the Central California Family Crisis Center, because I did serve on the board back in the 90s when it was going through different phases, and to see where they've come along and to where they are now. And it says a lot, especially to say, we'll help you. We're there to assist you if there's not another organization to accommodate so that it will run as seamless as possible. That's what we are looking at, and that's one of the things when we first got the notification, instead of being reactive, it was, let's be proactive. Let's see what it is that we can do. Let's see what we can offer the clients that the navigation serves and all of the services. I'm going to ask the question. Elevate are already in Porterville with the Finca Serena project?
Correct, Mayor. Elevate Community Services does have staff in Porterville, and they're actively engaged in, as one of their projects is Finca Serena.
Okay.
Also to note on that, as you're asking about connections there,
Yeah.
Elevate is also connected to RH Community Builders, which owns the permanent supportive housing 12-unit project on South Main Street. And so
Those are the one at the end of Main, correct?
correct.
Okay.
So those are the ones that the City Council has been in partnership with since 2018.
So we have already have those alignments here in Porterville, the visibility here in Porterville with the services, and that's important. And it says a lot to indicate that they would currently have the current staff and in the future increase staff. And I'm going to look at, I want to know a little more. We would be leveraging grant funds for this versus general funds?
Correct. And so the goal always is if there is grant funds available that we leverage all funds available. And so staff's recommendation for this evening is that that the City Council utilize ARPA funds to fund the interim 90-day operation. Now, there is going to be a gap, and there is going to be a request for ARPA funds for the next fiscal year. Anyways, this would essentially use ARPA funds to fund the first 3 months whilst we're able to have the federal and state funding procured for the project properly. So it would be basically filling in that gap and funding those first 3 months while those procurement takes place.
Thank you. I have another question, all right, because we have been provided the update information to this regard, and we're looking at staff recommendation that was presented to us. I just want clarification of what's on here. Well, it says to consider, but to award the operator the navigation center for the interim of 90 days. And I was looking at one of the, beyond the 90 days. I was looking at that, but is it with the understanding that if we award for the 90 days, then their understanding to that regard? That say, for instance, the Crisis Center, Elevate, and Kingsview, they understand that it's only going to be for the 90 days? And
Correct.
Then, okay.
So
Then the
each of
RFP
these
will go out.
organizations understand the grant procurement process.
All right, that was the clarification I wanted to know. Are there any more questions on behalf of council?
Your Honor, I believe there are applicants online that have their hand raised that
Okay,
if the council is interested.
please let that person in. I see a Savannah Moreno. Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, I'm actually one of the current employees with the Porterville Welcome Center. I know that me and my staff members, we are all on this webinar as well. I just wanted to thank you guys, first of all, and say that, you know, everything that's going on within the committees and all the talks and everything, we appreciate it very much. And with any organization, we're grateful and thankful if you guys do absorb us. And we do just want to say and let you guys know how meaningful the work we do is and how much we enjoy it. So I just wanted to come on and thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment. It is appreciated.
Thank
No.
you. Yeah, I didn't really have a question, but yeah, I just wanted to raise my hand and kind of let you guys know that you know, we are actively listening to this, and we do appreciate all of your guys' hard work in the background.
Thank you.
There's also a representative
representatives
in
in
the
the
audience
house, too,
from
from-
Elevate, if you want to make any comments, Katie.
Can I ask a question before you come up on that? So is King's, they're employed by King's right now, or I'm confused now?
No.
Okay, so they're, well,
Savannah Moore is from where?
So this is how Turning Point is the daily operation there. They're the ones that are leaving. The staff that just came online, those are they were the employees that were with Turning Point.
They're just commenting.
I believe the new employment that will be coming in, or new management, whoever we decide, will absorb them.
Yes.
To
so the
continue
staff-
so she's
working.
not with
No.
King?
No, no.
No.
Okay.
Kingsview is on there, but she's not on there.
Yes.
Okay.
They're listening to the, they're appreciative to what we're doing to try to solve.
Well, we appreciate what they do.
Yes, yes. And we have representative from Elevate here and the Central California Crisis Center. Please.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for this opportunity to share our proposal with you, and I just want to reiterate that we are very eager for this opportunity to expand our services. As noted, we are the service provider already at Finca Serena, as well as our partnership with Upholdings. We are also the property manager on site at Finca Serena, and we do own, through our corporation, the housing that Turning Point has utilized for the permanent supportive housing in Porterville. So we see this as an opportunity to continue expanding our services in Porterville. In Fresno, we do operate over 250 beds of navigation center in central Fresno, and so we do have all of the best practices and expertise in providing these services. We're well ingrained in the coordinated entry system and the utilization of the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance, so we would appreciate the opportunity to continue providing these services in the community and make sure that your navigation center continues to be the best and the brightest star in Tulare County. Thank you.
Thank you for that. This has been good conversation, especially when it benefits our community and the population. Please go ahead.
I have two quick questions. One, I know we've received these updates, but on the navigation center currently, what's the number average that we serve daily?
Claudia can answer that.
So there is currently at capacity 30 beds, but serving-wise, it ranges between 75 and 100 daily that receive services there, including meals. 2 meals a day are served for the community experiencing homelessness, and 3 meals are served for residents that reside at the navigation center.
Thank you. And then the other question I have is, regardless of what we decide for the interim, both agencies can, or any agency, including both, could submit a proposal for the RFP.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I forgot your name already. What? Katie, could you come back up? With you guys running the program out of Fresno, and to say if there was open beds in Porterville, is there any policy forbidding moving clients from Fresno to Porterville?
Yes, so we would not ever do that. The clients should be served in the city that they reside in. The beds are always prioritized through the coordinated entry system, even to get into a navigation center, whether we're talking about Porterville or in the city of Fresno. Likewise, I can't bring your residents up to the city of Fresno beds. And so we do abide by all of those best practices. And globally speaking, the data actually shows that very few people want to leave the city that they reside in, even to access shelter or permanent housing.
Thank you for that. And that might have been a silly question. I just wanted to make sure we're protected.
It's a very common, I would say, misnomer in the field that, larger cities are busing people between cities to other resources, whether it's LA to Fresno or Fresno out. That really, the data statewide shows that does not happen.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to bring it to council. We've had a lot of questions.
Quick one.
Oh,
quick
please.
question. Maybe staff could help with this. Do you believe there's enough providers in the state of California for these types of services? No?
I would say that overwhelmingly there is a need for more service providers. There is a need for more programs and housing for individuals experiencing homelessness throughout the state. We have a drastic issue throughout the state of homelessness, and it continues to grow. Currently, it's evidenced by the city of Porterville having a point-in-time count of 299, with 227 of those 299 being unhoused.
And then kind of related to that, and I'm going somewhere with these next couple of questions. So there's a need for more of these types of service providers in the state and even in the county, I would think. Have you seen, and both of these are nonprofits, correct? Both Elevate and Kingsview are nonprofits?
Yes.
Do you ever see with this type of service between nonprofits, joint partnership agreements to leverage assets and program elements to provide even additional resources on a greater scale? Does that happen?
And I would say Elevate has an example of that with Finca Serena. So Finca Serena is developed. Essentially, in the operations and development side, there's 3 organizations there. So you have Up Development, which is obviously a development real estate company. And then you have Elevate, which is a nonprofit providing services. And you have Self-Help Enterprises, which is a nonprofit affordable housing developer. There was a partnership between Self-Help and Up Development to make that project come to fruition. And then Elevate came in with them on the services side as they got close to opening to be able to have that partnership to roll that out.
Thank you. So my belief is that if a provider or someone that wants to provide these services that doesn't necessarily do it now, but they do a lot of things like that, by coming here and working with this staff that's experienced in this community, which really cares and strives hard to provide these services, no matter who we pick, it's a win for them. But if we pick somebody who is now expanding their abilities to do more, we just have another provider here in the community and within the state to maybe help down the road. Would you agree, or is that a pipe dream of mine?
No, I think it is. There's always a time when somebody steps in and opens or operates their first program fully. I would say, you know, there was a time that Turning Point hadn't operated any navigation centers. There was a time that Elevate had not. So I agree with the space. You only gain experience by actually having the experience. And so I would agree with that sentiment.
Thank you for the time to ask some more questions, Mayor.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. All questions should be asked. And they're inviting and they're welcomed. I'm going to go back. And I believe, I can't speak for Councilmember Beltran, but we're very passionate about the population and the services. Very passionate. I mean, to no avail that when we first opened the navigation center, it was only serving a few clients, and during COVID, I have to tell you, we fought nail and tooth to get some of the things to be able to operate by the opening of the navigation center. And then it was getting the services available. And those were other conversations that we were involved with the county and other service providers so that we can operate and to make sure that the services were available. And then it grew even more. And then when we started reporting from the first day it opened to where we are now, anywhere from 100 clients a day that it serves, a minimum of 75 to 100 daily. The meals went from maybe 50 a day to now 100 a day. It just depends on what comes in, and a lot of them do come in for the services. And here our vision in the future was to be able to accommodate more. And that's just having been on the homeless task force countywide and being a part of the dialogue in Porterville and several trips and several meetings, and wondering why sometimes we weren't given the funding so that we could be able to operate. Any other comment before we go and make the decision? Any more questions of staff? Anything else that council members?
Your Honor, I do believe that there are representatives from Kingsview online. I don't know if the council also wanted to hear from them. They are the other applicant.
Are they online? Okay. Please let that person in.
Good evening, City Porterville Council. This is Eric Rosen from Kingsview. It's a pleasure to receive consideration by the city for this really important project. If you review our proposal, you'll see that Kingsview has already begun discussions with the local Medi-Cal managed care plan, Anthem Blue Cross and Health Net, for not only securing secondary funding to supplement the revenue the city has secured, but also planning strategically to operate the facility with an absence of grant funding. That will not likely happen in the 3-month interim period, but looking forward to the subsequent 6, 12, 18-month mark, our financial projections for Medi-Cal revenue through the Medi-Cal managed care plans paint an optimistic picture of either dramatically reducing or eliminating grant funding as necessary. So we are really hopeful that you guys consider us, and any recommendation you make, we are here to work with the city of Porterville and appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosen. I want to say, Karen, thank you for being here and joining us from the Central California Crisis Center, because she's very passionate with everything she touches. I know. I know that. And again, the willingness to say we can help you means a lot. Means a lot.
We also have one more, Your Honor.
Okay. Oh, there's Mary from the Crisis Center. Please let her in.
Good evening, Mayor. This is Mary from the Family Crisis Center.
Hi, welcome.
Sorry I'm not able to be there in person. I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity to submit our proposal. We are very passionate about the Navigation Center and want to support our community and those that are trying to make sure that this program continues. I'm grateful that 2 other service providers have both been able to step up to the plate. As grant funded, we're a nonprofit as well. We just were not able to fill the financial gaps. And so I'm glad that there is other service providers, and whatever the Family Crisis Center can do to help support them to keep this program from defaulting is we give our support. And I just thank you for this evening, and I thank for everybody in our community that's stepping up to make sure that this program continues.
Thank you, Mary. That is appreciated because it says a lot, once again, for the organization and the willingness to help operate and be a part of the process to make it as seamless as possible in this community. So it is appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, council, I'm going to bring it back. We need to make a recommendation to nominate a service that will step in and make this as seamless, and nominate an operator to make it as seamless as possible.
Madam Mayor,
Yes?
there was a method of voting called the McCracken method. Would that be a doable thing here? I don't know enough about it, but it's where we pass, names or things somewhere and they get collected and.
Yes, we're not set up to do that, but we could just do it on a piece of paper, but we do not have ballots prepared for the McCracken method this evening. But we could still do it.
Because they're both so highly qualified and so gracious to wanting to step in. I wish we could hire them both and double the size of it.
The beauty of the McCracken method is that nobody votes against somebody. They're just affirmative votes. And the first provider that would receive 3 affirmative votes would be the one selected.
That's who would get it.
So we could do it just with pieces of paper.
Right, you just put your name down and who you're voting for.
How does council wish to do?
And then we read it out.
And it's read out loud.
We read it out, it's all very public.
It's read out loud.
That's fine.
Yeah, I wanna
We just need a piece of paper.
Pick them both.
Just want to make that clear.
Well, we all have scratch paper up there.
I could do yellow.
I have scratch paper
You would need
up
to
here.
also put your name on the
Put your
paper.
name on the
Put your name on it and who your pick is.
And vote for one.
And then we will read them out, and then you can make a formal motion if there's somebody that has the most votes.
Okay.
It's only 2.
Who's got a hat? We can put them in.
We give them to Cheyenne. Yeah, I left mine at home. I folded mine 10 times and it's that little.
That sounded fun.
All right. So then I will read out the votes here. Councilmember Wyrox voting for Kingsview. Oh, I have one that doesn't have a name on it. I'll do that last. Mayor Flores, Elevate. Councilmember Meister, Kingsview. Councilmember Beltran, Kingsview. So that would make Vice Mayor Carrillo, Elevate. And if I read that correctly, I believe it's 3.
So 3 affirmative votes for Kingsview.
So then I
Okay.
would make a motion that we consider authorizing the use of American Rescue Plan Act funds to fund the operations of the Porterville Navigation Center for 90 days, to select and award the operator of the Porterville Navigation Center for an interim of 90 days to Kingsview, to authorize the city attorney to draft an agreement for the interim operation of the Navigation Center, and authorize the mayor, city manager, or designated staff to sign all necessary documents regarding the contract and process payments per the contract language.
Okay, that is the motion.
I'll second.
And there is a second. Call for the vote. And I'll share why I voted the no, because I was very passionate, not because of the, I was very passionate about Elevate. That's why. That's the only, okay. That is the reason I voted no, so it passes 4-1. I did, but that's the, yeah. But I wanted to just say it, that was my passion. And it'll be sent out for another RFP, so we're good. All right, it is 8:30, we will take a 10-minute break and come back.
Scared everybody away, huh? We have that capability.
Okay, we will resume back, and we will now move on to item number 20.
Thank you, Your Honor. Item 20 is the Cal Cities Priority State Legislative Update. Cal Cities did present a Priority State Legislative Update as a virtual seminar on June 6th, which indicated more than 50 legislative proposals. They are seeking comments from agencies, and as a member city of the Municipal Advocacy Organization, Cal Cities requests 4 member cities to consider the legislative proposals and sending letters of opposition or support as determined. So staff did provided the presentation to you. I'm sorry. We provided the presentation to you, and if you wish to consider taking action on any of these, we're happy to identify those. We could bring them back to you for further consideration. It's at the council's pleasure how you'd like to handle this.
I want to thank you for this because I used to serve on the one from transportation, and so I can remember sitting in on the meetings for 3 hours, 4 hours, and they were all virtually. I know that there's the option if a council member wishes to, they can do it on a link as well. I believe that's still available, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And you can contact any of the lobbyists that are listed on here as well. And some of these are already being taken into other committees too. Other committees that we serve on. So what does council wish to do? Look at them and bring it back and go from there?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So there's a lot here. I was looking through them, and there are a couple that I'm just interested in learning more about myself. But for clarification, Patrice, did you say, or Mayor, that we could go on there as an individual, and what?
I think
what would
so. I
be-
believe so, that you can go on.
What would we
in
have
there.
the ability to do? I didn't look into that.
So you could support them as an individual.
Oh, okay.
Or you could identify which bills you are interested in having council support or opposition to, and then we could bring those bills back for council consideration.
Thank you.
I have a question because some of these are housing, some of this is land use, some of this is water conservation, the air quality, and we have staff that are currently involved in a lot of this. And here's some stuff that's for policing and how police would want, if they could tell us which ones, or if there's somebody that's actually watching all of these and can say, these are the ones I think would affect our city, and we can look at them, because there's a lot here, especially under public safety. And there's a contact person, and here we have homelessness accountability.
I will say that staff in each of our different disciplines do monitor those bills
Okay.
affecting our departments. That's a routine thing that all of the directors do.
So if we were to go with this, we would just we would write Cal Cities in support of what is supported and what's opposed. Just going through, I went through it, and there were some that I'm really behind. One was SB 321, Literacy Libraries, Local Public Libraries Partnership Program. That's somewhat exciting. And then some of the stuff they're opposing, I'm all for, like SB 252 to oppose. It would require CalPERS to divest from fossil fuels by 2031. Interesting. So I guess it'd be up to the way we want to go forward with this. I don't know if the council is wanting us to do individual.
No, it's one of these that I apologize for interrupting. It's how it's brought to us for staff direction, and I'm looking at it, because some of these do affect.
Yeah.
Some of these do affect, which is why I'm asking, which are the ones that staff feel we should be supporting or opposing or prioritize? Well, they really can't say too much, but which ones should we be watching? That's where I want to go with it. And because when I serve on committees, there's but they kind of tell us and they say, these are the ones that should be watched, then we can look at them.
So maybe what we can do is we can go through and kind of, all of them are probably, just so you're aware, because since Cal Cities is involved, they've probably sort of done some of that analysis. So I know there's a lot. They have a lot this time. They have I think there's over 50 that are here. So they've already flagged those as having some relevance to cities. What the staff could do is look and say, okay, which ones do we really think are the most important when it comes to the city of Porterville?
Yes.
So we can bring those to our attention. And then so we can go through that process between now and the next meeting. And then if the council members would like, you guys can also look through them individually, like you've said, and you've raised a couple already. And if you have a couple that you think you have interest in having the council consider, let us know, and we can add that to the list for the agenda for this item. And I think for the purposes of this, we could skip the consent calendar, the two-step process, and just incorporate it into the staff report as something that if anyone is interested in any particular one, having the whole council review it, bring it to, let us know, and we'll get it into the staff reports. Just let us know well in advance of the deadline for the agenda, the staff reports, which would be the Thursday before the meeting.
Thank you, because I would want to know.
Would that work for everybody?
Yeah.
Because I know there's a lot here to digest.
It is.
Yeah.
That was what I was considering was, if any of you want to support something, let me know. I was going to do this individually on my own, but if there was something that I appreciate that staff notices something, flags it. But even if you would like support for one that you do, let me know individually.
Well, just be careful, because I don't want you guys to do a serial meeting.
No, exactly.
But you can certainly give it let us staff know.
Sorry,
we'll put it in the report, and then you guys can all discuss it at the meeting. That way you'll avoid the Brown Act.
Right, there we go. Thank you, yeah.
Okay.
So,
And I
Thank
would
you, city
propose-
attorney there.
I would
keeping you on your toes. Yes.
I would propose getting us the information by July 10th. That would be the Monday prior to the following Tuesday's meeting. That would give us time to prepare the staff report
Okay.
for each of the different bills.
Thank you.
If we're in support or opposition of pretty much everything Cal City's doing, and that's kind of my stance, I want to get behind them. That's why we're part of Cal Cities, and they're really fighting for local control. So I guess that's my approach here. I know that we don't all think the same way, so, but that's my approach.
Council okay with that, with the recommendation? Okay.
Great,
All
thank you.
right, we'll move
We got our
on.
direction.
The next item, Mayor?
Yes, please, 21.
Okay, the next item is the status and review of the declaration of local emergency. And really on that front, there has not been too much activity other than our shelters. And so Mr. Ridenhour will provide an update on that.
Thank you, Ms. Hildreth. Honorable Mayor and City Council, as Ms. Hildreth said, as far as the item, the current process we're going through is we have the armory that it is open from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m., 7 days a week. We have seen a typical between 20 and 28 individuals. Last Friday was our high. We had 28 adults, 1 child, and 6 dogs. That's 29 individuals. So it's been varying between 20 and 28 is the highest. The City Council last provided approved to continue the operations at the Armory. We have 2 personnel there that is contracted with top-notch security for $25 an hour, 12-hour shifts a day for that month. So City Council staff's available to answer any questions.
Does council have any questions? Any questions? Oh, my goodness. Wonderful. All right, then. I'll make the motion that we continue the declaration of local emergency.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Oh, my goodness, okay. No further discussion, call for the vote. 4-1.
I don't know if mine lights up. I can't tell here.
I
until
have to look. One of these days will be all electronic,
will.
and it's going to show up on our computer.
We're limping
Boom.
along with the antiquated
Yes,
technology.
all this antiquated stuff will have to move. Okay, now we'll go on to the scheduled matter that was pulled.
Thank you, Your Honor. The last scheduled item before you is the authorization to purchase master meter 4G radio read water meters. Whew, that's a mouthful. And we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, who pulled it?
Could provide a staff report.
Well, I pulled it, so, do you guys need the staff report, or you guys already read it, right?
Well, I'm just looking for it, but go ahead, go ahead.
Do you want, well, if you want to hear the staff report.
No, I mean,
Okay,
no,
I'll go ahead.
because it
So-
was a consent item.
Yes. So, questioning with, I campaigned on pushing back against a tyrannical state. And Michael Knight, you know as well as I do, there's a push by 2025 to go to 55 gallons per capita on cities that use groundwater. And with the digital radio meter, the 4G radio meter, I know it'd make it easier on staff. I understand that. It would be a tool for yourself. But what I worry about is the future application of the 4G radio meter. Here's just a question I have. What would it cost comparably? Because there's not a cost what the meter, the smart meter costs for itself compared to an analog or dumb meter, we could call it. Go ahead.
So let me provide a little bit of a backstory. So the city council has approved the city to move forward with the conversion to 4G radio read meters. We've been using this style of meter, started implementing them around 2014. The first phases of the meter was an AMR, so it was a drive-by read meter. This process is basically converting to a fixed network meter. The city has a small percentage of implemented radio read meters currently. It was drawn in with the East Porterville water project, the service of East Porterville. And this technology is basically an industry standard. There's a number of surrounding cities that utilize the same technology. And the meter is not necessarily utilized for enforcement. There's a number of legislative actions implemented for reporting and tracking required for the city of Porterville to provide reports. So there is a water loss report that the city has to account for every drop of water, and that's submitted through an electronic report to the state every year. There's drought reports that go in monthly, and then there's the reference you made to household domestic use, and those numbers are still being developed across multiple fashions. So you have single-family residential use, you have multifamily residential use, you have commercial and institutional uses. Currently, the city is a large percentage of analog meters ranging in various ages that have outlived their useful life and concerning on the level of accuracy. So a meter never over-registers. What that meter does is under-register. So once you exceed 20 years life expectancy on a meter, that meter is required to be replaced as an industry standard. These meters provide leak detection. So if a resident has a leak on their property, it provides notification both to the city and notification to the resident through an app that will be made available once the infrastructure has been implemented. There's a number of features that allow the resident to provide budgeting on conservation and also provides real-time data. Our analog meters, it takes 5 weeks for our finance department to get a complete read of the system, and this would provide a real-time
understanding of what consumption looks like in the city and what the uses are by the city residences across all those other categories that I had mentioned. And the state legislation that's in place is requiring all agencies that are water purveyors to implement these corrective actions to provide this data and reports and for enforcement.
Well, so what is the cost for a smart meter compared to, or a 4G radio meter compared to an analog meter?
I'll give you an average because they differ on size. You're probably looking about $385 versus about $265. So you're about $100 more than a regular meter.
So we'd be able to get about a third more if we went with the analog.
Actually, these meters are warranted for 10 years for full replacement, and there's a 10-year life, pro-life on the meter after that for a 20-year warranty.
That's on the smart meter or the analogs?
On the smart meter, correct.
Yeah, I fear the direction our state's taking with so many restrictions and red tape, and I know that we're currently meeting the water conservation that is demanded by the state in Sigma currently, right?
We are currently meeting the current requirements. However, the reporting will be effective in 2024, and the first report will require a categorized record and ongoing reporting to the state of consumption by categorical use.
And my fear with going forward with, so here's another question I got. There's about 17,000 water meters. I see that the east side has the 4G smart meters. How many do you think are still not, or analog meters in the city?
So, as mentioned before, last fiscal year, council approved the moving forward with this conversion. So we have roughly about 3,000 meters implemented with the smart meter technology, and we currently have over 15,000 meters ready to install with the installation process underway with scheduling and planning, and the fixed network antennas being installed potentially in August. So this staff report is essentially a budgetary item to capture any miscellaneous purchases of meters that were not secured during the review process for conversion, and gives us the ability to place a blanket order for additional meters through that process.
So you're only going to be buying about 2,000 more smart meters with the 100,000?
Give or take, depends if it's an 8-inch meter or a 10-inch meter or a 6-inch meter. There's various
I got you.
else to that.
If anybody else has any further questions.
The other thing I was going to add to that was I also heard about constituents being upset with it being monitored and what have you. As I dug into this, and I appreciate that, Mr. Knight, the explanation of how these are utilized. Basically what it came down to is our electricity are all smart meters now, and our gas are smart metered now. And this is almost just the next regulation as far as technology advancements, is not so much regulating what people use, because that's a state law. If they have to shut off water, then they'll just physically come out. It's not something they can just push a button and happens. This is more, as the more I dug in, and Mr. Knight's explanation is just more efficiency, I think, more than anything.
There's no doubt about that, but what I fear is the tier system that you see with the electric system. And as there's a squeeze on energy because of a lack of energy, I guess you could say, but we see the same squeeze on water. And so what we're going to see in the future, and I can't confirm this, this is my opinion, we're going to see a tier system with water, and eventually they're going to start charging more for certain tiers, and in my opinion, weaponize it like they've done with energy.
No, I understand. I have a swimming pool, so I know I'm going to feel that effect. But that's a state thing, not City of Porterville, unfortunately. That's the frustration is,
If I could just,
yeah.
if I could just add a couple more items. So as it relates to the smart meter and in enforcement of conservation measures, whether or not it's a smart meter or it's a direct read analog meter and staff is collecting that information via going out to each individual address and reading that on a monthly basis, or whether it's collected electronically, doesn't necessarily change the regulation. I think what it does, you know, and this is what I've shared with others that we've talked about, even one of the most recent conversions was a trailer park in town. By 2025, the city has to have all meters in place. So there's no such thing as a flat rate service anymore. So every supplier has to have their system 100% metered for those specific reasons. But the smart meter provides a better communication to the customer, giving them the information at their smartphone to be able to see what's going on and with their consumption. And then it also provides a mechanism for the city to communicate with our customers through that same application, whether it be through notification of conservation changes, scheduling to watering day schedules, you know, all those things, whether it be an outage. You know, there's other tools as a part of the conversion process and the implementation of the smart meter and the network that provides a better communication from the city to the customer and provides a level of education as well as all of the regulations, whether it be the city complying with state regulations and the expectations of the customer's performance, or just providing that information or level of communication of that information to the customer.
Yeah, and I hear what you're saying, Mike, and I understand where you're coming from, and especially in your position with the mandates coming from the state. Like I said, and I'll just say it again, and what you were talking about, yes, the customer will be able to see real-time information. The city will be able to see real-time information, but as mandates continue from our tyrannical state, they will be able to see that real-time information as well. And I know that past council has gone forward. It sounds like you already have 15,000 meters. And it's, in my opinion, I don't like that direction, but some things I can't stop, right? So thank you, Michael Knight.
Okay, and I'll bring it back.
Quick
Go ahead.
question for clarification. Tiered system, Councilmember Meister, means the more water you use as a residential consumer, the more it's going to cost you?
Yes, that would be my opinion.
Okay. Director Knight, where does this data, it belongs on the cloud and we don't own that data? The meter supplier owns that data, and do they freely give it to the state, or is it, you know, I mean, I'm just curious on that.
So a couple items. So a tiered billing system, there is agencies that have implemented a tiered billing system. However, whenever the city of Porterville went through its last 218 process on the city rates, it's challenging on a tiered rate system because, and there's cases going on now where individuals are challenging those systems because if you use more water, you pay more. But if you use less water, you pay less, right? So the city of Tulare has like 1,000 gallons. Once you go over 1,000 gallons per month, you go to the next tier in rate for water. And so the city currently does not operate a tiered system. Any tiered system implementation would require a 218 process for our customers to comment on and evaluate, and it would go through a voting process. But the information currently is not supplied directly to the state. Kind of along the lines of my comment was, regardless if it was data collected by the meter or if it was hand read, the city is going to be required to provide that information. So we will have to physically provide that data in numbers, statistical numbers, It won't be like Michael Knight's meter consumption for, July. It would be single-family users use this amount of water, and the average gallons per capita day for a single-family residential home was this.
Okay.
So that data is collected and downloaded back to our financing software, and that's where bills are generated by the reading software. But the data that goes to the state is a report that will be submitted by the city in a statistical format.
Thank you. And I like the idea of knowing how much water I've consumed in any given month, but I'm not the analytical type that's going to put an alarm set while I'm in the shower on the 29th of the month. And if the alarm goes off and my rates are going up, I'm jumping out of the shower and we're keeping the water off the rest of the month. But there's some people that might be confused by that and turn their water off, and I don't want to see any public harm. I know that won't happen, but it seems logical to move forward with acquiring these systems at a 30% discount. Or pardon me, no, that would only be 30% of the total active meters. Buying in bulk, are we at the lowest price that vendor provides?
So essentially, when we began this process, it was at the end of the last fiscal year when council moved forward with that. And we were actually able to secure a much cheaper rate before the end of the fiscal year, which saved the city of Porterville probably about $2 million, $2.5 million in moving forward with the purchase at that time. So we get the best price possible. And this company has been working with the city for probably greater than 15 years with analog meters and then moving forward into digital meters, and the savings was also generated by having existing meters in the ground that could be retrofitted with registers. So we've tried to capitalize on every level with the budgetary implementation of this project.
So I would like to see what's the most we can buy for the greatest discount to maybe come back in the near future for whatever type of meter we're going to buy, to just get them here and get them installed. So let me go back to the rate question real quick. In Porterville, I know I pay my residential rate. We have commercial buildings on Main Street. We have industrial people. We have huge warehouses. Are they all paying the same amount for water?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And then there was a comment, I think it came during an earlier part of one of our meetings a couple of months ago, that we're paying the highest rate for water as a residential customer versus the farmers, but the farmers aren't using treated water, right? And we're making our water safe, and we've had some pretty good surveys recently, and I want to thank you and the team for keeping our water treatment plants up to speed. So just wanted to share that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comment? How does council wish to proceed? Let's not all talk at once. I'm going to make the motion.
I have to borrow this microphone just to get moving along.
I'm ready to make the motion.
I'll make a motion that the city council authorize the public works director to purchase miscellaneous new and replacement master meter, 4G, radio read meter, water meters, and meter registers from Hydro Pro Solutions during the 2023-2024 fiscal year at a not to exceed amount of $100,000.
I'll make a second. Any further discussion? Call for the vote. 3-2. Passes. All right, we will now move into AB 1234 reports. I really want to get this meeting over, huh? AB 1234 reports. This is the time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. First one, Library Facility Planning Committee meeting. Vice Mayor.
Yes. The Library Facility Planning Committee met on May 18th at 4:15 p.m. Minutes were approved from the previous meeting, which was held on November 17th. The two scheduled matters for this evening were the new library update and a library services update. Information and a timeline to the Building Forward Library Facilities Improvement Program grant was provided, and staff had just submitted a grant application for this round 2 program. Awards are supposed to be announced as soon as September 2023, but that may change due to the state's budget. Next, the RFQ, request for qualifications process, was reviewed. Steps from when the RFQ is prepared by city staff to when staff seek city council approval to execute a service agreement were covered. There was some questions and discussion around that process by the committee, so that was explained a little bit more clearly. The design process was covered next. An example of a conceptual design was presented, and that was followed by a draft timeline of the library construction project. So that was really exciting to start seeing that. Next was the library services update. So we had Library Supervisor Anthony Ariano on behalf of committee member Cervantes, and he provided a library services update. He shared about several community events at the library that they had participated in. Some of those events were Porterville Celebrates Reading, Resource Fair registration, Parent Network Annual Holiday, and the Tule River Youth Wellness Resource Center. He also mentioned many activities the library had been hosting for the public. Some of those activities included Dr. Seuss' birthday celebration, book bingo, Dia de los Niños. Finally, Mr. Ariano stated ongoing and upcoming events, including Star Wars themed activities throughout May. The library began hosting Get Started with Porterville College. And then there was a tenant legal rights presentation and summer reading program. Find your voice. The summer reading program will offer daily activities in June and July. This includes crafts, activities, clubs, story times, game days, and then lunch at the library program. That meeting adjourned at 4:56, and the next scheduled meeting is August 17th. That concludes the report.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. The next one is the Local Initiatives Navigation Center. Councilmember Beltran.
Link Committee met on June 7th at 3 p.m. This meeting was over Zoom. There was a brief introduction from all the participants. Minutes from the May 3rd meeting were approved. There were no budget changes. There was a request for additional funding for animal services, but that was tabled until July, given that it is the end of the fiscal year. Welcome Center update was given by City Assistant Manager Jason Ridenour. The news that he had provided was the Turning Point was leaving, was no longer going to be providing the day-to-day operations. It was going to be seen on June 30th. Of course, this was a surprise information for the committee. Mr. Ridenour explained the situation that this placed the city and the clients in. KTHA is still operating the Link events every other Wednesday. Thankfully, through tireless efforts, there were three options. And by the time of this report is read, we most likely selected one of those three agencies. Fundraising subcommittee selected a menu and a date for their fundraiser event. The date is September 21st. The location will be at the Trinity Lutheran Church. It'll be a drive-through pickup dinner. The meal menu was going to be chili verde, rice and beans, and a bolio roll. Volunteer sign-ups are being prepared, as well as the printing of 250 tickets. In other matters, a request for approval was made to KTHA for developing a social media page and QR code to update information specific to events and services for the Porterville Navigation Center. Email was sent to KTHA on June 12th, and I just heard a reply this morning, so I'll follow up with that. A new flyer was also created to pass out in our local community. to show the services that will be provided on a 3-month calendar on this event. I provided city council members with a copy of this flyer. Two previously homeless individuals were invited to join our link committee, Jonathan and Valerie, 2 separate individuals who have great insight to the homeless situation here in our community. We asked them to be our liaisons for outreach programs. They know many of the camps, locations, and issues that Link Committee have evaluated and worked towards finding effective solutions locally. They were the ones that, on a side note, that recommended Facebook. She said, both of them had said, the homeless utilize Facebook almost exclusively to find things. So that was the direction we're taking to KTHA, to develop a page specific for Porterville Link services, so we can update there, so they could just look on a daily basis. If there's any changes, they'll know what those services are. Lastly, was the meeting with the Sierra View, Jeffrey Hudson Cavallo, who is there's a lot of titles to his name. He's excited to participate in what we were calling at the time street medicine, developing that medical services there at the Navigation Center. Not only was Sierra View interested in, but they're open and willing to work with other participants, such as a follow-up meeting will be happening the next week with Porterville College Medical Program to develop a type of clinic at the Navigation Center. This, of course, will take time to develop, but working with city staff and new agency who we just selected this evening for this operation, they'll need a facility to operate in and some storage. And in a meeting I had with Mr. Goodnow and Mr. Lawless on Monday, we're working to see how we can help facilitate that going forward. A main message that Mr. Cavallo wanted to make sure is they want to provide quality service at the Navigation Center. So we'll also be working with the Sierra View marketing team to work on a name for this medical service, some type of a clinic name or something, to let those clients know that they are going to be provided great quality care as they would if they showed up to the Sierra View emergency room. The next meeting is scheduled for July 5th. That is all.
Thank you. I'm very appreciative of your comment with the working with Sierra View, that when a homeless person does come in, that they would be treated with quality care. Thank you for that. All right. Cal Vans, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I will give a very brief update on this meeting up for June 8th. These all are virtual meetings, so this one was, I don't even think this was like an hour long, but we did some consent items, and then we moved into some of the staff reports. And so couple of things I wanted to report on was they did do the agency financials and then some of the audit updates. We also received an update on the regional areas and fleet activity. And then received a lobbyist update on California Environmental and Energy Consulting. And then we received a save the date for August 10th. It's going to be an in-person meeting, and because this is a statewide agency, we're not sure yet where that is going to take place. And that will actually be my first in-person meeting with Calvans. And then we approved the 23-24 budget, and that was included in the packet. There was some discussion around the agreement for employer donation of vehicles for ag van pool, and just discussion on insurance quotes for the Calvans. And our next meeting is July 13th, prior to the in-person in August. Not in there.
Thank you. The next one would be the Tulare County Association of Government Sustainable Corridors. That one was canceled. The Tulare County Water Commission is mine. I attended the meeting on June 12th. The recorded minutes of May the 8th Water Commission are located and can be found at tularecounty.primegov.com. The Senate Bill 552 update, the prepared drought and water plan final draft was received. This plan is to be presented to the Board of Supervisors mid-July, the 11th or the 18th. The Annual Water Commission reorganization for vice chair and secretary, the consensus was to make no change, just keep the same people. Information will be provided once it's reviewed. The drought and project funding update, the information is provided from January 1st, 2023 through May 31st. Total well permits, 227, broken into categories: under construction, domestic 73, community 7, agricultural 68, industrial 0, dairy 2, destruction 55, other 22. There are 18 tanks that were installed and are receiving hauled water in May. In the overall program, there are 392. The 392 is the running program number since the program inception and does not depict those who may have left the program. In the bottled water program, as of May 31st, 1,673 households are enrolled with self-help enterprises. There are, of those 1,632, 288 are drought-related, 1,385 contamination-related, 1 is pending and on a wait list, 2 are drought-related applications that are received per week. The program challenge reports nothing is that was brought up, at least for now. The legislation update, the committee met on May 24th. The bill tracking summary that were added was Assembly Bill 1337, Water Diversion Curtailment, Assembly Bill 460, Water Rights and Storage, Senate Bill 389, Determination of Water Rights. Opposed, as reported from the Legislation Committee, were Assembly Bill 1337, AB 460, and SB 389. What they recommended to support, if amended, was Assembly Bill 805 that has to do with water consolidation sewer service, AB 1567, Water Bond Act of 2024. Letters of opposition that were recommended to be forwarded to the Board of Supervisors were to oppose AB 460, AB 1337, and Senate Bill 389. It was one letter, each sent to Assembly Member Rebecca Bauer-Cahan, Buffy Wicks, and Senator Ben Allen. AB 805, the letter opposed unless amended. That letter was sent to Assembly Member Joaquin Arambula. Staff provided us with updates. There were no significant changes to SIGMA implementation. There are commission vacancies. There are 2. One is for an at-large and the other one is for a district. That pretty much concludes the report. The future agenda topic was to discuss whether we were going to continue to have audio meeting recorded minutes or written meeting minutes, because that was brought to the table. Some of us would like to see the meeting minutes versus the audio recording. Commissioner Rogelio Cadillo introduced Susan Long. She's with the Tule Basin Land and Conservation Trust. She will be presenting at next month's meeting about the California Department of Conservation's multi-land repurpose project program in the Tule Basin. Our next meeting is scheduled for July 20th, and that concludes the report. The Tulare County Regional Transit Agency meeting of June the 14th was canceled. We'll now move into the Tule Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board meeting. Councilmember Wyrock.
Thank you. The meeting of the authority of the Board of Directors occurred in the council chambers here on Thursday, June 15th at 10 o'clock in the morning. Director Knight and I were present. We had a quorum. There was, the agenda was well prepared and noticed. There was public comment that some in attendance felt like proper notice was not given, that all items that were going to be discussed were not included. There was also some comment about landowners that were possibly being billed for a quantity of water that other users on their property were taken. The main point of the agenda was the Tier 1 penalty enforcement. We reviewed a staff report on delinquent Tier 1 penalty accounts. There were a number of them, some small, some quite large, and we held a public hearing on the Tier 1 penalties. There were written protests by individuals that were accepted until the end of the hearing, and they were given and heard. A lot of them are about the feeling that the agency may have, or the authority was implementing something outside of their abilities with state law. So like I said, we heard all of those comments. We closed the public hearing and moved into a closed session with nothing to report. There was there was no action taken, as I mentioned. Then we came out and there was a couple of actions that we took. There was an action to consider the approval of the resolution 2023-02 authorizing staff to record certificates of lien for people that were delinquent on paying their Tier 1 penalties. That action was approved. The next action that we took was to consider approval authorizing staff to submit a 90-day notice of GSP amendment to the county and cities pursuant to a water code, and that action was approved. And then there was an action to consider the approval of the NOSAMIN engagement contract, which is the lobbyist in Sacramento. The meeting adjourned on to the meeting on August 3, 2023 at 2 p.m. here in council chambers. And I'd like to invite Director Knight to share any comments that he might have from that Board of Directors meeting that was kind of limited in scope, but go ahead, Michael.
No, I had no additional comments. You covered everything very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
End of report.
You said it was August 3rd, that next meeting?
August 3rd, 2 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to PATA Porterville Area Development Authority, Councilmember Beltran or Councilmember Wyrock. Who's going to do the report? Okay.
I'll take it.
All right.
This meeting was held June 16th here in council chambers at 3 p.m. 4 committee members were present, with the only absence being Secretary Baldo Rodriguez. There were 4 scheduled matters. The first 2 were city reimbursement of eligible expenses. The first one with the amount of $651,841.30 was reviewed and approved by city staff for reimbursement. That passed 4-0. A time frame of mid-August for the plant to come online was still on schedule. The second item was this city reimbursement again for eligible expenses of the amount of $1,003,614.95 was also reviewed and approved by city staff for reimbursement. It also passed 4-0. Item 3 was the local road improvement coordination. The update on community project funding that Congressman Valadeo had set aside in his budget for $3.5 million for this project. There was no action, but at this time, at the state level for the budget, but it is still promising. Eagle Mountain Casino General Manager Matthew McGroney asked where the Scranton West roundabout was at as far as the time frame. City Project Manager Javier Sanchez said design is at 30%, environmental studies was wrapping up. Mr. McGroney requested a pre-meeting before scheduled work is started to help coordinate of traffic flow to and from the casino. Mr. Sanchez assured a meeting and proactive communication on detours and any other impacts any road improvements may have in that area. We are still months away from any of this particular work being started. The last scheduled matter was the Tule River Tribe activation plan update. This is in regards to the pedestrian bridge funding, which is still a couple of years out due to it is a state project, and so that funding will take some time. So I believe there's 3 different phases to this particular transportation plan update. The pedestrian bridge, there's two of them, or is one phase. The other one are the design and feasibility with interconnectivity with the fair, casino, and sports complex, which the consultants are still looking at. That was all for that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to oral communications.
Brock Neely, address on record. Just a couple of things. I admire your passion, Councilman Beltran, but I hope that you realize that alcohol has endangered more lives in this town than marijuana. So I hope when CUPs come up for letters of public convenience for more liquor licenses in oversaturated consensus areas, that your passion is the same there. Because alcohol kills, be it in drunk driving and things like that. I haven't seen marijuana kill like that. The other thing is, this is not a tyrannical state. This is the fourth largest economy in the world. And it's that way because we do have some regulations to make things smoother for everybody and make it a more even playing field. Now, if you want to really worry about water, worry about how LA uses water. Because 60% of the water in this state goes through LA. And they steal it from the rest of the state. And they flow it off to the ocean because of the way the water rights are set up in the LA basin as Pueblo water rights. Everybody else is on riparian water rights. So do some research on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone on virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll now move on to other matters. Councilmember Beltran.
Yeah, thank you. Just real quick, I hope the citizens go out and purchase their Freedom Fest tickets before they run out. That's always a great civic event. Tomorrow, I believe, is the K-Jug free concert in the park here at Centennial Park. The weather's great. Look forward to seeing people out there. I want to thank city staff, again, with the situation with the Navigation Center, the quick turnaround and reaching out to the different agencies to provide this. So Claudia, Christina, Nancy, Jason, and I'm not sure the other staff behind the scenes, I'm sure there's plenty. Just thank you guys for that quick report and getting all that information to us to make I'm glad we had options. I know that was a scary part in such a short time frame, but we had some great options to pick, and I'm very thankful for the staff for that. And for the family crisis, I don't know if they'll listen to this. I just want to appreciate them throwing their hat into the ring. I know that this wasn't something that they are specialized in or wanted to do, but just showing their commitment to our community and to the those struggling with homelessness, for them to step up to the plate in an emergency base. I don't want to ignore them in that process, but I just appreciate them being available for us as an option. So I don't want to just forget them in that whole mix. It was great to hear a lot of the reports earlier from staff, the movie nights in the park. Every time I've seen them, they're always packed. People are walking several blocks to park and get there. The weather's been great. Seeing Porterville PD provide security, everybody feeling safe, having fun. Parks and Leisures usually has treats. There's chips and sometimes food items there. It's just a great turnout. So getting back to a little bit about, government regulations and stuff, we have the fourth largest economy. We're also broke. So our system is, I'm not saying it's broke, there's a lot of problems. It's not perfect. No state is perfect. Some are running better than others as far as efficiency. Not trying to point fingers at any particular party or policy, but there's good government and there's bad government. We're doing our best here as council members, as community members, with the information we get. A lot of it is, unfortunately, whether it's the homeless, water, we're handcuffed and we're expected to make miracles happen. Unfortunately, these state laws decriminalizing problems, decriminalizing drugs, there's a lot of problems, and everything that comes to us, we try to make the best option. We're not trying to make everybody happy, because then nobody's happy. We decide with our conscience, with our values, and not that anyone is better than the other, but we all have our gifts and talents that we're using to the best of our ability. And so it's a lot of work, and it's not taken for granted how much studying we do each week, and all these different committees that we definitely, we're not experts in any of this stuff. Appreciate your input. But it's a fun process, but it's also can be frustrating at times. But the reward of finding a management company to continue this work, if you want to say the state's great, they don't have a plan either. So we're doing the best we can here, and I'm very proud to sit here and serve with these up here. Thank you.
Councilmember Wyrock.
Hi, I'm with the government, and I'm here to help. It's an honor to serve, and I want to thank the Vice Mayor and you, Mayor Flores, for selecting me to join you up here on the dais a few months ago. It's been very enjoyable, and I've learned a lot from you, from our council members with us now and previous council members. I look over here and I see our acting city manager, dedicated, spending time away from family to be here tonight, and our other city staff and our city attorney. I appreciate that, and all the city staff. They put together a lot of information that gets compiled into these books, and some people like you, Madam Mayor, use it electronically, and I'm just like wowed with that. I just like paper. Moving down my list, I have a few things. Chief Cogburn spent a lot of time, I know it was just on we just approved it, but he went through a lot of buildings here in town to make sure that they were fire safe, and we appreciate all those inspections done well. Chief Costello having a great police department. I'm starting to see some crime prevention equipment around town. I really like that. And every month that we do this, we recognize an employee of the month. I really enjoyed meeting Mr. Smalley today and his parents and his family. Just very proud of him and all that he's doing for the animals in our community. And then the staff, even Ms. Calderon, working with our homeless people and helping us getting that all up to speed so quickly was just huge. We talked a little bit about construction happening on Main Street and in the future on the 190. Construction zones are real. I remember driving through one a while ago, and there was a sign up, and it showed a little girl in a fluorescent vest and a hard hat saying, "Please slow down, my mommy works here." And if you see construction zones and the speed limit drops, please respect that, because somebody's mom works there. Really like seeing all the parks activities, bringing big value to the community. Very dynamic staff doing a great job. Seeing Dawn Bennett online today with all the people coming to the booth, and 2 seats available on the council, the Arts Council, I guess, 2 seats, one for the youth and one for regular. I hope she's successful in filling those soon. Great finance department team, great information. I asked for a little study session on the budget before we look at it up here, so all of us up here may be invited to a quick study session on the budget and all of those accounts. We already talked a little bit about the homeless development team, I'll call it, the community development team that helped us get that all set up. Appreciate everybody's vote and all the information that we have. Katie from Elevate, Eric with Kingsview, and Mary at the Family Crisis Center. Just a wonderful team of people that give from their heart first. It's about the mission, not the money, and we acknowledge that, and I look forward to all of their contributions in the future. We publicly thank them. A moment ago, we mentioned that the TCR, the Tulare County Regional Transit Agency meeting did not happen. It was postponed. It's going to be happening this week. Just before the postponement came out, I requested 2 agenda items to be put on it. One is some discussion, and this wasn't on the agenda, of our letter of intention to withdrawal. And I asked that to be, bless you, I asked that to be put on the agenda, and look at the makeup of the board and how effective the board is. think we meet tomorrow. I'll be there. Mr. Lawless had planned on attending. He's away, and I hope he's going to enjoy, I'm sure he will enjoy the time away with his family. And Director Knight may be making it, I'm not sure. But I will go there in full support of this council's direction to exercise our intention to withdraw. There's going to be some information that we're not privy to about maybe what the agency's attorneys might have drafted for us. Maybe granting this extension to the end of the year, maybe not, maybe telling us we can't leave, whatever it is. I'll be sure to report it timely and report it out here to this group. One other thing, two other quick things. I first met John Lawless at a Realtors convention over here at Fugazi's at the time, and there was a question and answer session. He gave a great state of the city address. It was last summer sometime, and I asked him about Mello-Roos tax districts, and because I remember back in the day in Contra Costa County, the county was growing, the city of Antioch was growing. They had all this farmland, and they had their plan, and they knew where they wanted the big roads and the big developments and the fire stations and the schools, and they floated a bond, and the bond money paid for all the infrastructure to be put in advance, and the people that bought there had on their parcel a lien, if you will, to pay that tax back. And to me, if people are going to be joining our community, come on in. But I think that we want to have sustainable growth and positive growth, and I don't know if there's other financing methods that don't really cost the city so much, but the people that are going to benefit from those improvements, maybe they can join us as they help beautify our farmlands, turn them into subdivisions, or make our farmlands look terrible because they turn them into subdivisions. Not quite too sure. Somebody told me once all this rich agricultural land is getting torn out to put in subdivisions. Someday we're going to run out of farmland. We're going to be tearing down houses to grow crops to feed our people. We'll see if that comes true. Probably not in our lifetime. And then lastly, the 4th of July is coming up. Please practice safe and sane playtime with your kids and the fireworks. Please keep them out of the sky. It's dry. Even though some areas are getting mowed, it's dried. We don't need fires. And, it's just an easy thing. The kids will love seeing the sparklers and the little snakes dance on the sidewalk. So, practice safe and sane fireworks. Don't drink and drive, and have a very happy 4th of July. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meister.
Councilmember Wyrock, if we did a bond like that and we were able to cut taxes, that would be definitely something I would be listening into. I wanted to give an explanation of why I went with Kingsview on the navigation center, and I'm so grateful that we were able, great job to staff reaching out and getting us 3 applicants. So thankful that we're able to keep the navigation center going. I think it's an important element. And the reason why I went with Kings, I was leaning towards elevated, but Councilmember Wyrock made a great point of needing to expand these services, not only Tulare County-wide, but statewide. And the only way to do this is to get real-time experience. And so I think giving Kingsview this opportunity is going to be a good thing. I hope, right? That's the pipe dream that I agree with. The reason why I voted no on the local flood emergency declaration is because I don't want this council to be known for ruling through emergency orders. I believe the flood crisis is over. There is still the after action, I agree with, but we don't have to have a declaration of emergency. I'd still like to see the armory open with services via the ADA compliant bathroom and security. But that's my opinion on that. As far as water, I agree that our local water is being stolen. The water that would recharge our reservoir, our underground reservoir, is being taken. There is water going out not only down south, but there's water going out up north. I can't control what the state does. But from this dais, this council can control what the city does. And so this is where we take local action, and the only place that I can have influence in that manner. Flag Day, what a great event. Continuing tradition of patriotism and just a great community event. Madam Mayor gave a great speech with the resolution. It was fantastic, and she gave me this pin that day, and I'm wearing it in her honor, but I really appreciate that. Sheriff Boudreaux, amazing speech, on point. Totally agree 100% with him. Chief Cogburn in the fire department, what an amazing job. I think this event is just going to be, like for my son, he was involved in removing the old flag, and he came home and he's so excited about it. He still talks about it, and this is something he'll remember for the rest of his life, which is just really cool. It's funny, I thought that getting the fire department involved and that was another thing, the firefighters up on the ladder lowering the flag, I could see the nerves in them, and then there's a saying in firefighting, it's go slow to go fast, and I could see them slow down and take their time and make sure they didn't let that flag touch the ground, and it was really a great event. And Chief Cogburn's got a great idea to make it even better. And so hopefully next year we can make it happen. I like some of the ideas. We had a constituent tonight talk about the homeless issue in the Food for Less parking lot, Walmart parking lot. He reached out to me about the alcohol consumption and the crack being smoked right out in public. And so I took it upon myself to go and sit there and watch them for 20 minutes. And I observed not only bottles being passed around between them, but smoking what I assume is crack. I could see the glow of the pipe. I could see them spinning it. I could see them passing it. I could see them blowing smoke. And it's right out in the open. And it's really frustrating because we have a decriminalization in our state, and our sheriff just talked about it, and I know Chief Castillo is living it in our police department. There's the decriminalization of activities like this, and so we lose the incentive to enforce our laws, and then you have this lawlessness, no pun intended for John Lawless, but we have this lawlessness in our community, and it's unacceptable. We have to do something. Even if we just go and take the substance from them and maybe take them downtown and arrest them overnight and release them in the morning, but we have to do something. We can't just allow this to continue, because once they start using like this, they need more. Then they're going to rob the local communities. And it just has to be addressed in some kind of way. I know PD is busting their butt on this. I see the work. It's amazing what you guys have done around town. I'm so thankful for that. And I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I would like to start with the police department. So Chief Costello and your department, I think what for me, seeing and hearing about a lot of the things that you guys deal with and take care of, I've mentioned this the last couple of times, but I'm always just amazed. And I think for the most part, things turn out really good and well in those situations. And I, worry about things if they didn't go so well, because they're very serious. And I just want to acknowledge you and the department, the whole team, for what you guys have to deal with on a daily basis. So just want to thank you. And I wasn't able to attend the flag event, but I saw the photos, so it looked like a beautiful event, and great to see our department involved, as well as the families that were able to pull the flag down. So that was really cool, and thank you for sharing the photos. I think Mr. Lawless sent those out. I wanted to thank Claudia Calderon for being available this evening to serve and support us as an interpreter, so that our public constituents could come and participate. Also, she was here at the previous meeting as requested, so I want to thank her for staying these long hours. Thank you to the Employee of the Month, Brian Smalling, and his whole family for being here tonight and being acknowledged. And thank you for all your work you do with the animal control. One thing I do want to mention is also, this time of year with the fireworks, they've been going on from where I live for a couple weeks now. And so it'll probably last at least a while after 4th of July. But yes, be very aware of the danger and all the dry areas. There's still a lot of heavy grass in some areas. A matter of fact, I'll just share this really short story, but on the weekend, I was leaving to go to Visalia, and I live on the top of a hill, so I was driving down, and my neighbor, who's the only house on the bottom of the hill, he was weed eating, and I was like, God, that's a lot of dust, but, there's a lot of dirt everywhere, and he was weed eating, so I was starting to drive away, and I forgot to drop my trash off, so I turned around to come back, and it wasn't dirt, it was his bushes were on fire where he was weed eating, and he wasn't down there. He had headphones on, and he was way at the other end. So it was like smoldering right there. So I turned around, went back, and I was like, hey, told him the bushes are on fire. And so he ran back, and then another car pulled over, and then my neighbor called the fire department. But I was just thought if I wouldn't have forgot the trash in the back of my car, I wouldn't have turned around and went back. And I don't think he would have, not that I saved the day, but I just think that's how fast it happened. And he was just weed eating, trying to clean his yard because we all have a lot of grass everywhere there. So, and that just happened from that point so quickly. And it was kind of scary because I live on the top of the hill, so the grass would have went straight up. The fire would have went straight up. But yeah, so I've thought a lot about the fireworks since then. But with that, the last thing I want to say is I loved the Parks and Leisure committee update, and also the Arts Commission because of all the different activities. And it really makes me, when things are stressful or there's a lot of work or things are going on with family or whatever, I always try to, reflect on positive things and be grateful. And I'm just trying to reflect back to not very long ago, we weren't able to have any of these activities. But to now be going in full force with all these summer activities, the movie nights, the pools being packed, and the sports and the Freedom Fest and the concerts, just all of that. Being able to be together at any event we want to with our community and our families. I just want to remind everybody to reflect on that and the difference from just even last summer and prior to that. So I will leave it there, Mayor.
Thank you very much. On June the 13th, there was a fire department badge pinning, and because I was having my eyes examined, I wasn't able to attend the badge pinning, but I want to thank Councilmember Beltran for being there. I got there shortly after I think it was over, but I want to say congratulations to Wesley Miller, who was promoted to fire engineer, and Talon Speck, who was promoted to fire captain, and to Matt Doney, who was sworn in as a fire captain. On June the 14th, I attended the Tulare Kings Hispanic Chamber of Commerce Ambassador Luncheon, and I want to say the city of Porterville was in the house. The Economic Development Department was there to present. Alita Verduzco and Christina Tank did an awesome job, and Mr. Reidenauer, Mr. Lawless, and I were in attendance. The Flag Day ceremony, if you've never attended the Flag Day ceremony, it's simply breathtaking to watch as the flag is taken down and the members of the community, especially the children, get involved as it's being lowered, and you go out to the middle of Olive and you have everybody engaged, and how heavy that flag is. And it takes a community to hold the flag and fold it in its respectful manner. And then what is concluding is to have the burning of the flag, the ceremony to that effect. And I want to thank the members of the community that did attend. Councilmember Beltran Meister and I were there, and it was just a gathering of patriotism. But what the delivery here was, it was just an awesome time to watch the momentum. And if you've never been there, I encourage you to attend. KJ concert, of course, I'll be there. I mean, I haven't missed a KJ concert since I've been on council, so I look forward to it. I want to thank the vice mayor for attending a ribbon cutting on my behalf. I was not able to attend that day at Centerline, and I do appreciate your attendance there. I have been invited to be on a Tulare County Association of Governments panel, Women in Transportation. Don't ask me how it's going to go because I have no clue. That's on Friday. I'm still waiting for the questions to be sent to me that I thought I would have a week ago. But other than that, we're all good. One of the things I want to say, those of you that have served with me know I'm very passionate when it comes to the Navigation Center with regard to the homelessness. And those of you know that I like to see people either show me who they are on the screen, in any committee setting, with regard if the decision is going to be made. I did vote for Elevate, and it's because I wanted the continuity. I understand Kingsview is just as exceptional, and we'll see how they do for 90 days. But I had also concern because he didn't show me his face. I wish he would have shown me his face on the screen as he was talking to us and addressing us as a city council so that we could see who we were talking to. And that's my only comment on that. But again, I appreciate that we did have decisions to make this evening and that a decision was made regardless of the outcome. I'm okay with it. Mr. Knight, Mr. Moore, I'm not going to ask Maria because she never does that. Javier, all of you guys, I'd like to see you guys as we conclude the evening. Fernando, congratulations. Oh my gosh, look at you. All right, he's just making sure that yeah, he has been. And he's been there because he wants to make sure Cheyenne is doing her job, huh, Fernando? Look at that. She's doing a great job. She's doing a great job, Fernando. Congratulations. Absolutely. But you know what? Over the years, we always compliment, we commend, but it's also the people that work for you, especially those of you who are directors, because you couldn't be there without your staff, and they are to be commended, because without that, it's a different momentum. So just know that you guys are doing an awesome job and that you're appreciated. Look at the smiles on your guys' faces right there. It changes the tone. But thank you for all that you do. There's nothing more I can add because you know that we've had conversations and you go far and beyond, and I thank you for it. Cheyenne, is there anything you'd like to say? How's the newness of your seat? Hey, Fernando, I'm getting her now, huh?
I'll just throw in that Vern's been checking on me the whole time, and I've made a couple mistakes, and
I'm glad he told you because I think I know which ones they are. No, I'm kidding.
that's great.
I'm kidding. Thank you so much. Patrice?
Thank you, Your Honor, and Cheyenne is doing an outstanding job. I'm very happy. I just wanted to remind everyone, you've touched upon all of the upcoming events, but I did want to remind you that the first meeting in July, the council did take action to cancel that, and so the next meeting will be July 18th. So wishing everyone a wonderful Independence Day, and thank you all for your service.
Julia, you want to say anything? You've said enough tonight, huh? Jason, how about you? Who won?
We have a tie with Fire Chief
Fire
Brian
Chief, and who else?
Cogburn and Mr. Michael Knight.
Mr. Knight and Mr. Cogburn, Chief Cogburn. Well, congratulations. It is 10 o'clock. Meeting is adjourned.